Minister, this leads me to advise you that I was told by the works manager there that there is no plan for piping on Landtop Road. So you're probably mixing up both
Well, I will
roads.
advise you,
Yes.
Ms. Shaw, that the senior director of the National Works Agency sitting behind me says to me that the pipes will be replaced, and I trust that I can accept his word.
Thank you, Minister.
With
I am
authority.
very, very happy. Very happy to hear about that. Another, my final question to you, Minister. Are you aware that the Southern Coastal Highway project is plagued with significant defects?
I'm aware that there have been challenges in the past. Oh, so you're speaking on her behalf now. Okay, Michelle, you may go ahead. I'm sorry.
There are 3 businesses that have been closed for the past 6 months in Port Morant because of shoddy work. Persons cannot enter their business places, and as such, had to shut the establishment. 6 months now.
All right, so.
No, I'm not finished, Minister.
Okay,
I will allow you
go
to
ahead,
answer
I'm
when
sorry.
I am.
Catch your breath.
There is also one of my constituents, and I can call his name, Derek Jones, on the Lethal Main Road. He cannot use his bathroom for the past 6 months because of defects on that main road.
You finished or you have another?
Final question. Minister, I want you to point me the way how bushing of main roads and maintaining of drains and verges are done.
That's it? All right.
Yes.
So
Thank you.
thank you for your questions.
Minister. Yes, but before you answer, again, to appeal to the members, the level of detail in sharing the questions lengthens the process and is unnecessary. I think Member Shaw started out wonderfully, identifying the area, asking a relevant question around the river, but going into the specifics does not help us here today. It just extends the time. I would ask the members to keep the questions concise and to the point. You don't need to give the additional explanation. Please, members, bear with us. We are on the second, we're on number 4, and we are scheduled today to go to number 9. Already number 9 was scheduled to start at 7:45 p.m. based on our original schedule. Number 5 should have started at 1:45 p.m. So we're now 4 hours behind our original schedule. Thank you, members.
Member Shaw, thank you very much for your 2 questions regarding Lethal and Port Morant. There were some challenges with this ship. We would have instructed the consultant to give us a report, and the report we got recently updated us on some of the challenges. I have asked the NWA to engage with you about these specific ones, the one in Port Morant with the 3 businesses, as well as the one in Lethal, which we did not know about. As it relates to the issue of main roads and bushing, I don't understand what the question is, but I'll speak to you about it after, because that's not a part of the budget, but I'll speak to you about it after. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Member Hilton.
Thank you. Minister, I have 2 sets of questions. I have to, Minister, the Duane River is the only river that rises in Kingston and runs from St. Andrew into the Huntsby River, into the Huntsby. That river has been flooding New Haven for years. We have been appealing for some assistance to get the river back into its bank. The desilting of the river is the key to resolving the problem, and we've been urging and appealing for it to get some attention, and I'm bringing it to the attention here publicly because I'm forced to. The people are at their wits' end, simply at their wits' end. And so, Minister, I'd like the ministry, the NWA to begin to scope to look at this very, very seriously, because it's claiming more and more of the land, and the people are having now to leave their houses that has been constantly flooded. So, Minister, I make up the appeal here, but it has been made elsewhere on many, many, many occasions.
Thank you very much, Member. But 2 things. One, we did do some work on it recently, but the bigger problem we have, Member, and I'm sure you are in
How recent is that? Not since I've been there. How recent?
just before Melissa, and we did some minor works. Member, I will admit to you that it will require significant work, and it's something that we're looking at. But there's a bigger issue that you and I need to have a conversation about, Member. There are people who actually live in the river, and that's something that the government and yourself, Member, you know, Mr. Mackenzie cannot assist you in this matter.
This man is a distractor. Leave him alone. You're a
So
distraction.
there's an issue that we have that I know it is of concern to both of us. And we're going to have a conversation about it, because
It's good to see you.
many of us were very concerned during Melissa about the persons who live in and on the river. And that's a part of the reason why it's challenging. No, it cannot be separate, my brother. It cannot. But I will say to you. But we're looking at some work to do on the river. We did the minor works just before Melissa, but it's a matter that is on the NWA's radar.
Okay. Minister, the ministry, and this is for the ministry. No. Minister, I want to go to page 36 of the public bodies book. And I'm looking at the Factories Corporation. At page 36, in assets, there's a loan to joint venture. There's a loan to joint venture for 24-25, continuing on to 25-26, and projected for 26-27 into billions of dollars. My understanding, what was made public, is that there's a joint venture in which Factories Corporation is a 20% or a 23% shareholder. That's what was made public. It's a 23%. The factories,
Member,
urban.
member, you have to speak up.
I have been.
Pull the mic up.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm talking about the Mount Bay Urban Center. The Mount Bay Urban Center. So what was made public was that at 23%, the Factories Corporation has a 23% share only. And so I'd like to know, firstly, whether the joint venture reference here is about the Montego Bay, Morant Bay Urban Center, one, and if not, then which other joint venture are we addressing?
Member, please, if you could elevate your voice some more.
Really?
Member, the information I have is that the Factories Corporation have 29% of the shares in the Morant Bay Urban Center Company Limited, and Czech has 40% and NCB 30 and NCB 21%.
Was that the original number or that was expanded later? Because that was not the first publicly announced numbers.
The advice I have, which I will be happy to pass on to you, that yes, it is the original number.
Okay, so, and this loan, what explained the loans in the 3 years and that going forward? What is that loan for? What is that loan for?
There is a loan for $550 million that was borrowed from the Ministry of Finance for the payment of GCT.
For the payment of?
GCT by Factories Corporation.
For this project, for the Morant Bay Urban Center?
Yes, it is for this project.
So the loan from NCB of $6 billion plus was not sufficient to cover this project? Or this is in addition to?
No, member.
Yes.
GCT is payable by every legal entity above a certain level. And the $6 billion plus was for the construction and development of the urban center.
And nearly $3 billion is in GCT? Is that what you say?
No, 550.
No, so
550 million, not billion.
550. And are we, as of today, is water accessible by the entities, the units, the various units?
Member, I am very happy that you are raising these pertinent questions.
Yes.
Water and the light are available on the property and has been for a little while. In addition to that, member, we signed lease arrangements this morning with 8 entities to occupy those premises.
Minister, may I be clear? It's a land that I've known for the longest while. And there's water has been on that land from the beginning. So my question is not whether water is available on the land. The question is whether water is available in the unit, in the various units as of today.
Member, remember, I know you'll be very happy for this reminder that there were plans to put a Hollywood-type movie set on those properties. There were plans to do many things. However, this government undertook an investment to build out the most modern urban center in the entire Caribbean. An investment
Is it functional?
member that every
The question is whether it's
Jamaican is
functional.
proud of. An investment that will repay years and years in the future. An investment that is creating
Minister, you're
opportunities
not
for the
answering
people
question.
of St. Thomas.
Is water
An
available
investment
to
that
the
will
unit
create jobs.
as of today to
And
each of the
yes,
units?
water and light is available for the tenants of the Morant Bay Commercial Center. And we would like to invite you, as a former resident of St. Thomas to come and look.
Yes, yes. I'm happy to join you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, I can't join you tomorrow, sir. I
on
will
Monday,
be at Standing
on
Finance
Monday.
Committee.
I'll join you on Monday.
Are you
Examine.
through with the question, member?
No, one more question.
Sure.
Page 33. On page 33, the scrap metal expenses. What accounts for the increase, the significant jump from 81.47 to 114.82? What accounts for that jump?
Member, I'm being advised that the Factories Corporation has now decided to remove garbage collection and security from being on-staff services to be contracted. So we are opening the door for private operators to get another opportunity to expand their business.
Okay. Okay, that's my question.
Thank you very much, member. Really
Thank you very
appreciate
much,
your
member.
question.
Member Smith?
Thank you, Chairman.
First time you ever talk?
No, not first time. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I have a question for Minister Montague, Minister responsibility for titling. Minister, in the constituency of Northwest St. Andrew, excellent constituency which I represent.
Do you not see my standing committee?
For decades, the residents of Akiwalk and Jackson Town been working and waiting for titles for their properties. For many.
A true comrade up the way and give them
Minister, for many years, as you are well aware, decades, the residents of Jackson Town and the residents of Akiwalk been waiting on titles through many different members of parliament. Chairman, I know a lot of work was done in this financial year through the systematic land titling project. A lot of work was done. I just want an update as to when the people in Akiwalk and Jackson Town will finally get their titles. Minister.
Chairman, the Akiwalk Jackson Town project is one that was started, conceptualized and advocated for by the former Member of Parliament, and then this current Member of Parliament has done human service to that project.
Thank you.
The 40 lots that are involved, it went to adjudication, and we had to hold one of the 40 because the application was not properly dealt with. But I'm happy to tell the Member of Parliament that the information I have is that the 39 others have been approved by the adjudication committee. And the invoices have been lodged and the certificate of adjudication will be issued in very short order.
Minister,
Member Robinson?
Minister Morgan, I'm looking at head 19,000.
Member Campbell? Member Robinson is on the floor.
I'm looking at head 19,008, 19,009, 19,010. And I'm looking for an allocation to deal with repairs to gullies. I've seen cleaning of gullies, but I don't see repairs. I'm raising this because I have a number of gullies before the hurricane that have begun to deteriorate. The side walls of the gullies have totally gone, threatening property, private property and public property. Since the hurricane, those have gotten worse. Now, as far as I know, NWA doesn't have resources to deal with the repairs to gullies, and we don't have the resources. So my question is there an allocation specifically for repairs to gullies, and how can we access that before the infrastructure deteriorates even further?
Thank you very much, Member Robinson. I want to say that though you do not see it in this year's budget, as part of the response to Melissa, Cabinet would have allocated some funding, of which $1.3 billion will be used to repair gullies in Kingston and St. Andrew, as well as the north and south gullies in St. James. I suspect that gullies in your constituency are a part of it, and the NWA...
You can give me the list, since you suspect.
Well, I wouldn't be able to give it to you now.
When you can give me?
When NWA has done their assessment. We have not finalized the program as yet, so I wait on the technical persons to give me...
So I should send my list to Mr. Varden down now?
No, I'm advised of your advocacy, and we are always willing to accept recommendations from...
You were advised by who of my advocacy?
No, I'm saying I acknowledge your advocacy.
No, but let me tell you the problem. You see, if you don't deal with some of them, the walls have gone, private property, and you just went...
I saw what happened in McGregor Gully, Burger Gully.
All of them.
And all of those, especially in your colleague seat. And there's a person,
so I'll send my list to Mr. Downer and Mr. Hunter at NWA. And you're assuring me that of the 1.4 billion, an allocation... 1.3 billion. An allocation will be made for the gullies in Southeast St. Andrew.
I'll depend on the technocrats to decide where the priority areas are, but I'm sure that one of yours will be a part of it.
I have about 5.
Member Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a few questions here. I will start with those regarding the HAJ. I look in the public bodies document, page 37, and on the summary operational plan, it reads, access to home ownership and the regularization of informal settlements will be enhanced for lower income households. Mr. Chairman, I have 2 communities in my constituency. Gilbert's scheme in Dunby Holden, where the persons have paid up all the monies that they are to pay. And for over 8 years now, HAJ is unable to provide the titles. I have made representation over and over. I've gotten promises, and the residents are just sick and tired of the promises. And I'm here appealing and hoping that in this provision here, under that section that I read, those residents in Dunby Holden, in particular the Gilbert scheme, will get the titles for which they have long paid the monies. That's 1. 2, in Quarry Hill, much work was done, subdivision, titling, etc. A small portion of over 500 lots. Titles were prepared by HAJ, and the rest remain outstanding for years. We have begged and pleaded, and up to now, the titles are not ready. And I'm here again, Mr. Chairman, pleading and begging that that exercise be completed. If there's some cost involved,
I'm pretty sure the residents are prepared to make a contribution towards it. But it is in the hands of the HAJ. And I've been getting explanation. I met with the chairman, I met with the executive director, back and forth. And as we speak today, at this moment, the matter remains outstanding. So I am on bending knees this afternoon, Mr. Chairman, for some resolution. If whatever it is to be done that I can do as Member of Parliament, I want HAJ to tell me. I will see to it that it's done. So I would like a response, not for the sake of a response, but what concrete plans are in place to deliver to these people. Mr. Chairman, these are the lower-income persons in our country. They look to us as government to resolve their challenges. And when we are not responding to them, they become hopeless and give up on their country. And we want to preserve their hope in the country. So I'm leaning on you, Chairman. I'm leaning on the Minister. I'm leaning on the Deputy Prime Minister who is in the House today. I'm leaning on the whole Parliament to help to bring a resolution to this very long outstanding matter. I want to get some response to that before I go on to the works, roads in my constituency. And the Member of Parliament sitting over there says she will not vote for me again unless the road is fixed.
Please keep to the line item and the page that you're supposed to be on.
Member, I am very happy you have reached a point where you are willing to assist the HAJ. As you are aware, some 569 lots exist in the Quarry Hill area, of which a project was started to regularize the 569. We got the HAJ, I'm advised, got to 161 titles in the Quarry Hill area. However, the work had to be stopped. It was stopped by an individual, a stakeholder with a lot of authority. And since then, the HAJ has been in dialogue with this stakeholder with a lot of authority to restart the program. And as you are aware, some of the quarry lands are also privately owned, and the HAJ, during the meantime, the fieldwork has stopped, is to bring the privately owned lands through the law, through the NLA, to get them in so that the titles can be produced. I am now thankful for your commitment, member, that you will work with the HAJ, and I am going to hold you to your word. You're a man of great honor, and I'm going to work with you and the HAJ to ensure that not only the 164 lots with titles, that those are delivered, and that the rest of the lands are titled. So I am going to see you as a senior partner in this venture.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I wish to respond to that. Because I deliver. No. Member. I must respond.
Member, you do not have to respond. Member, you gave your word earlier that you're asking that HAJ tells you how you can assist. The minister with the responsibility is saying that he will take up that offer with you.
But
so there's no need to go any further. We have gone.
No, Mr. Chairman, the minister made some statement that I must respond to.
No, you don't.
You have to.
Well, look here.
You don't.
No, I have to.
Not
and
here.
And I've afforded that
no, you don't.
Right here. No, the minister made a statement here. Which is, look here. I refrain from indicating that the HAJ was trying to extort some people at Quarry Hill by charging them for some of the titles and to use the money on somewhere else. I intervene and stop that. If that is the intervention they're talking about, yes. Because they went there and sent them letters behind my back.
Mr. Chairman.
Charging them $1 million.
Member.
Elsewhere and not on the infrastructure in Quarry Hill.
Member. First.
That must be told. I deliberately never mentioned it this evening. It's when I intervened that they halted that exercise. They were doing that. So to come here and talk about stop and starting, they were extorting the money to go and spend elsewhere. When the arrangement was to collect money from the people in Quarry Hill to use to complete the infrastructure work there.
Mr. Chairman, let me be very clear.
Minister, it is very unfortunate.
Extremely.
It is very unfortunate that the member on the floor can now make those statement allegations without even being named. I did not hear the minister mention a name. The minister mentioned just a person. So I don't know how you're
hearing that from me for the first time.
Make the minister withdraw his statement first.
Chairman, the member has made some statements, very serious statements against the agency. I would like to invite the member, when we meet, to provide the necessary proofs and evidence of his allegations.
I have it.
Because I am still going to meet with the member because I still hold him as an honorable gentleman.
Thank you very much.
I have some roads I want to speak to. That was about the titles, some house. Mr. Chairman, through you to the minister. I see where the road widening exercise from Naggerhead, which has started and welcomed. It is part of a three-phase exercise. One involved Grange Lane, which has been completed, which is welcome, in East Central St. Catherine. And the project, which is over 5 years old, has finally get going. Mr. Minister, the challenge I have, and I plead to you, the widening exercise now from Naggerhead through to Elsha Road. As I understand it from the NWA, the traffic through Naggerhead via Marine Park, Brayton Phase 1, will be diverted onto Brayton Parkway. And that necessitated the widening of a portion of that road to take the traffic coming through Naggerhead. With Naggerhead closed off, there's a serious bottleneck that will occur on Brayton Parkway, going back to the intersection from the Municipal Boulevard, otherwise popularly known as I-95. My appeal this evening, Minister, in my discussion with NWA, a further extension of the widening from the tax office back to the traffic light at Newland Road will not cost any more than about $37 million, but will significantly alleviate the traffic bottleneck when the traffic is diverted. And the member from West Rural St. Andrews joining me in inviting the NWA, one who has to use that corridor very frequently and can attest to the major congestion during the peak hour traffic right through the week, Monday to Sunday, right through the week. So, Mr. Minister, given your commitment to enable the efficient movement of traffic in Portmore, I'll ask for you to consider that extended expenditure. Secondly, the main roads from that same Texaco station by where the widening is taking place, along Brayton, Old Brayton, through to Dunby Old End, through to the Spanish Town bypass. That is not a South St. Catherine road. That's a major road that carries a lot of traffic from the toll road, from Portmore into Spanish Town, Western Jamaica. it is in a terrible condition. A lot of traffic use that road. Some repairs started on it last year under the REACH program. They dug up some portion and they never completed it, and it has gotten worse. And there are two members of parliament here who can attest to that, the veracity of my claim. And there's a second main road from the I-95 Municipal Boulevard in the vicinity of Caribbean Estate through to Spanish Town. And that road, in fact, is shared by the Member of Parliament from East Central St. Catherine. It is in a deplorable condition. And the residents along there and the motorists that drive that corridor asked me to appeal to my fellow Member of Parliament to join me in appealing to the NWA as a matter of urgency, not for South St. Catherine and even not for East Central St. Catherine, for the motoring public on a whole to attend to that road. My question, look here.
Member.
In closing, Mr. Chairman, in closing.
Are you going to close the question?
Yes, closing question.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Minister, I'm asking you, for this year, I've gone through the book and I can't see any program. Every page under your ministry I went and I can't see any allocation to deal with those two major roads. Could you advise me if that will be done in this fiscal year? And if it's so, about what time?
Thank you, member, for your intervention. There's a budget for the dualization of Brayton to Helsha Main Road, which is 222 million given to us by the Ministry of Finance. That bypass road we're doing, if we were supposed to do what you request, would add another $40 million to the allocation. It is something that we have to think about. So I'm not going to be able to give you a definitive answer today, but we'll look into it. As it relates to those two roads that are pretty much parallel to Spanish Town, that is I-95 and the Salt Pond Road, we know that these roads are challenged, and so are a lot of roads across the island. I have asked the NWA to give me an outline as to what it will cost to do any intervention to alleviate the challenges that are on such roads. Thank you.
Member Denise.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Minister, I am at public bodies, page 87. Public bodies, page 87. The Raintree Commercial Complex. I'm not going to be long because I realize that this project is at the Cayman Estate Development. Minister, can you say if there is any financial problem in regards to carrying out this project in the appropriate time? And can you say whether or not July 2026 is the completion of block 1, or it is the entire project that you are speaking to in this book?
Member, as you are aware, the Raintree Commercial Complex is one of the flagship projects of this ministry and this government. A project that I know you are very proud of. A project that will change the face of the Caymanas area. And a project that will have, we have already earmarked some 69 lots for light commercial and industrial businesses. 9 lots are zoned to provide infrastructure and amenities for the development. And we are pleased to tell you that there are no financial issues surrounding this project, and the only issue we have is that more persons are applying for lots, and we do not have enough lots. It is a project I know you are very proud of.
What percentage, Minister, of the project is completed so far?
The deadline for completion is August 2026, this year.
You have in your book here July.
Yes, indeed.
Right.
But you will be assured that we will not be extending that time.
All right. So, just one more question, Minister. I don't know, Minister, Chairman, I would love if you would cheer alone. We have so much cheerleaders over there that I would love to see you cheering alone. Mr. Chairman, to Minister, Minister, can you, in terms of the 10 roads that were, in terms of sparks, the 10 road ministers, we have gotten how many so far? I've gotten 2, going 3. Can you assure us that the others, when you get the names of these roads, I'm speaking on behalf of myself, that when we identify the priority roads that we would want to get done now, that it is adhered to, and if it is not, we will be able to be communicated with in order not to have confusion in the constituency, stroke the communities. Right now, there's a lot of problems out there. For one minister, and I'm going to say it to you too, for phase 2, in terms of discussion and community engagement, we named 74 roads in the community because there was a big meeting. And everybody went back believing those roads were going to be fixed. Then I'm just saying, if you don't manage what you are doing, you are going to create more problems. So therefore, we need to find a way in order that we can put a cap on how many roads we will take in these meetings in order that persons don't go away believing that everybody who named a road and their name was written down, their photograph was even taken. So they took,
Member, please, consent.
But
You have to give the question quickly.
I'm just saying their photograph was even taken, Chairman. And they thought they were going to get their roads. And up until now, it's only 2. So I'm saying going forward, can you assure us that when we give you these names, if there's going to be any change, that you consult with us so that we'll be able to consult with our constituency?
I can assure you of that, member. I have asked the
much.
NWA to communicate with you. I answered.
Member Perkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My 2 questions are in relation to page 19,009, activity 10625. Minister Morgan, on behalf of the citizens of Woodsville, Eastern Hanover, and our European and Canadian travelers who appreciate the interiors of Jamaica, I would like to know what was the rationale behind prioritizing Craig Mills Bridge, which collapsed or was damaged in 2024, over the Woodsville Bridge that leads to an authentic Jamaican attraction. Second question, is there any consideration being given to the Woodsville Bridge in this budget?
Representation. Good question. Yeah, representation.
You're asking why we have chosen
based on the number of years that Woodsville Bridge collapsed.
I am aware that the bridge that you're mentioning is on another program to be repaired. And as customary, you know, you can reach out to me for any concerns you may have. But I believe that the bridge you're speaking about is on the accelerated bridge program, which will start this year.
Member Campbell.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. No, it can't be one question. Tranquilo. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to get some clarity on a few things. Minister, read the Sparks program and the 10 roads for the constituencies. When the estimates for those come above what the allocation is for the constituency, are you saying when you get to Spark 2 that you're going to do the remainder of the roads from the 10, or are you saying that you're going to do a new list?
We're going to do the remainder and add more if the budget allows.
So if the budget doesn't allow, then it's just the remainder?
I don't suspect, based on what we're seeing, that unless there is an anomaly somewhere, most of the roads, if we're going to be doing an average of 7 roads, there may be 1 or 2 constituencies that have extremely long roads. But then we can always think about other programs for that as well. But I don't contemplate that that would be a common situation.
Well, it is a reality for us in Eastern Westmoreland because the estimate of the 10 roads is over $1 billion. And as you have said, that it's $200 million that was allocated to the constituency plus an additional sum.
Actually, not over $1 billion.
The 10 of them is in the vicinity because only one of them alone is 175 million.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
Man.
I accept. 1.02 billion.
I know my place, sir. Right. So I just want to know if when you get to Spark 2, if we will get an opportunity to look at additional roads or it's just the remainder of those.
Well, we have to always maintain equity, you know. I could never. So as I said, we're going to do the next part pretty much the same, where we have a base that we give to every constituency, and then we have an equity portion that we deal with. Also, a big part of the challenge as well is the choice of roads that some persons chose. But that's something that I think we can discuss as we're framing the program. We're not going to frame it without consultation, so we're having consultations with colleagues as to what's the best approach for Spark 2, but the fundamentals will remain the same.
All right, and I want to move to the roads that were damaged by the hurricane. As you would have seen in your travels, that Eastern Westmoreland was severely affected, and that includes the infrastructure, the roads within the constituency. Now, I want to know what is the process to actually repair some of those roads. I have seen where the clearing of the roads where that was done, but I am not sure as to the process for the repair of the roads that were damaged.
Well, the process is that they either are a part of our recovery program, which is going to come under NARA, or they become a part of our regular road maintenance program. We are identifying roads for our recovery program, but Cabinet will make a decision as to which roads are those. And we are looking at some of the most damaged roads under our routine program through the National Works Agency.
The town of Newmarket, up until recently, was still underwater, and we had to use a bypass through Carmel or through Kilmarnock. Are there any plans to actually repair the bypass road?
Yes.
What is the plan?
We're going to repair the bypass road.
Yeah, man. You need some more detail than that. That's not enough. That's not enough. That's not enough.
So
these commitments have to come with a timeline, or
so
they don't mean much, right?
I have asked the National Works Agency to look at the road, and I have also asked them as minister to do some remedial work as best as possible on the road. We're not be able to do it before in this financial year. As you can imagine, we're in March, so the funds would have been expended. But we're planning to use the budget that we're getting in the new financial year to do some work on that road. And MP Morris has also been advocating for that road as well.
Well, I'm happy to hear that he has been advocating, because it is it is in dire need of attention. Minister Montague, on behalf of the entire Westmoreland, the high percentage of persons without land titles causes people to build more temporary structures because they do not have the security of tenure. And then that puts them at an increased risk, which is what happened with Melissa, that the housing stock was not what we would want it to be. And as of such, we had over 5,000 people in Westmoreland Eastern that lost everything. And as people are trying to rebuild, we don't know when the next weather event will come. So I am essentially trying to find out if we will be able to prioritize Westmoreland to ensure that we can get the land titling to those persons so that in rebuilding, they can build more permanent structures.
Member, thank you. Yes, the situation in Westmoreland has gotten our attention. One of the parishes that have a lot of untitled lots. And under the reallocation of funds that I spoke of earlier, to do an accelerated land titling program, I'm pleased to tell you that Westmoreland will be getting the large majority of those titles.
Well, I'm happy to hear that because no, I'm happy to hear that. Final question, Minister. In relation to housing, you cover housing too, right? Yes. In relation to housing, what is the update on the housing intervention post-Melissa in terms of the modular units, the container units, and those that are supposed to come on board?
Again, member, I wondered when that question was going to come. And I want to thank you. I can count on you. And I also want to thank you for your membership of the Housing Committee within the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development. So we want to thank you for your service and your intervention because your interventions are very valuable, and we do take the information you raise at these meetings. We were having some logistics issues. I spoke of it in my opening because the Chinese New Year holidays, we were challenged in getting shipping space. So even the units that were a gift from the government of China got caught up in that. We now have new dates of arrival starting the 9th of March. That's the new projection, going through the rest of March for delivery of the units. I am aware that the municipal authorities and the Ministry of Labor and Social Security would have done their assessments, and when the data came across to us, because we do have the spatial data management unit, we discovered that some of the data sets were not clean. So they have started a program of cleaning the data sets. And what we found was that you will have more than one person from the same household reporting damage to this one household. So you'd have your multiple counting. So we are clearing that, because what we have been doing is using geotagging. When the MLSS officers go out, they do the geotagging. We also have found clustering, where the geotags are clustered, and when you look at the drone shots, you don't have that clustering. So we are working through to clearing it. But The units are on their way. We have an arrangement with the municipal authorities in the affected parishes to build out the bases to scale. And those contracts and MOUs are about to be signed. And we have expanded the program where we are going to be looking at other areas that have deficiencies in housing. One of them, for example, is to work with the Ministry of Local Government and the Ministry of Health, because within our various public hospitals, you have social cases that are actually resident in the hospitals, where you have 9, 10 persons who should not be hospitalized, but there is no space at the infirmary, so they are held at the hospital and they take up valuable space. So one of the things that we will be addressing is to donate some of these units to the infirmaries so that we can move persons out of the public hospitals and free up bed space in the hospitals. We also have a situation where when wards of the state reach 80, by law they have to exit the homes, and some have nowhere to go. And our Minister of Gender Affairs and Culture has been very strong, and the Prime Minister has also made an announcement, and we want to assist in that program as well to establish what they call a halfway house until these persons who are 18 can find their feet. So yes, the program is on track. We have expanded that. And I know what you want me to say, so I'm going to say it. We're also going to be inviting every member of this house to make a recommendation so that we can erect one of the units in their constituency.
One.
At least one.
We're starting with one. one cocoa full basket. You hear what I'm saying? You don't have anywhere to put it. That's what he just said.
Member Burchell.
Thank you. Minister Morgan.
And I will go further.
Minister Morgan, speaking specifically to the NAA's rehabilitation program, 19,000 C, thereabout. In the instance of South St. James, which is a landlocked constituency, and following the arrival of Hurricane Melissa, the major access way into the western part of South St. James has been cut off at Spring Mount, which is in East Central St. James. And I'm looking through this to see if there is any allocation for Spring Mount, because that has to be rerouted. But in the meantime, the bulk of the traffic now goes through the other minor access routes into the constituency. And the constituency remains locked off significantly because of the condition of the roads. So the Roehampton Anchovy to Maroontown Road, the Kempshot through Hampton Road, the Retrieve Main Road, also the Niagara to Montego Bay Main Road has been totally damaged. So right now you have a landlocked constituency that has no good road, not one good road that can get the people in and out of the constituency. I'm asking if under your emergency procurement or whatever process you have, if you will be allocating some money towards the improvement of these roads. You also mentioned 3 bridges that you're looking to prioritize this year. I'm wondering if the Seven Rivers Bridge is one of those, because it is threatening the lives of the residents who live across the road.
Yes, I can confirm that the Over River Bridge is one that we will be working on in St. James. And also we will be, I don't think we can bring back the Springmount Road. There's money in the budget to create an alternate route around that area. As it relates to the other roads, over the next several months, we will be trying to intervene in as many of them as possible to see how we can improve. It's a factor of funding, you know. There are many areas within the West that require significant intervention, and we're trying as best as possible with the funds we have to address the ones that we need to address.
Yeah, but in a case where a whole constituency, because Springmount has been cut off, we don't have one decent access way. Can that be prioritized?
Work is going to start on the Springmount bypass urgently. That's what I'm saying to you. So we're going to restore access through that area.
Through Springmount?
we're going to find a bypass for it.
All right.
Ready for me? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You have no reason to come to.
I'm afraid to ask you the question because you're going to take you out for me, you know. But I have to ask you, see,
Only my friends can.
I'm vindictive. I not get the road after today, but I'm going to ask today. Minister, I just wanted to know about the, I have some questions re the Spark program, and you know I've had some difficulties re Spark. One of them for me at this particular time relates to the relationship between NWC, Spark, the consultant who designed the projects, and the NWA, right? And what is the arrangement made when the design of in the design stages of the project to determine whether or not pipes are going to be repaired or replaced? When is that established? Is it established after the project has commenced? Because I have a situation now where the project has commenced and has to be stalled because it is very evident that the pipes need to be replaced. So I want to know what is the established protocol so that as MPs we're able to tell our people definitively, and this would help too if we had the scope of works. Because if we had the scope of works, then we could tell our constituents that we're expecting not only that we're going to get a better road surface and better drainage, but their water supply will not be affected. I just want to add to that in one case that I have now, there was water going to the area before the road was repaired. Having been repaired, there's no water to that section of the area, right? So I want to know now who is responsible, because now you have to go dig up back the bare road where you just fixed, fix back the pipe. And I'm bringing it here not because I did not bring it to the local level or to the manager you're now speaking with or to the persons who have responsibility, but I'm bringing it here because I am not seeming to be getting anywhere, and I need to know how that will be addressed. That's number one. Number two, Minister, I want to have an idea from you. What is the average cost on the Spark of rehabilitating a roadway? And I'm asking that against the backdrop not of pipe laying, not of drainage, but specifically about an average roadway in our country parts of about 16 feet wide. What is it per, now I'm giving you the questions, Minister, you can just answer them when you're done. What is it per kilometer to do a one road, a kilometer of asphalted concrete in one of these communities on the Spark? I would like to know. I'd also like to know the breakaway that we have been speaking about for 2 years, which was deemed an emergency. That is the one leading from Bogwalk up to Riversdale, where we have had loss of life there before. And if we are going to be continuing, there's no excuse at this point if anything else goes awry. So I'm asking again, Minister, when will that be addressed? My last question relates to the One Road Authority and what is the government's concept of the One Road Authority in terms of how you will budget and how you will regulate. Are you seeing the One Road Authority as a regulatory body that will have oversight and monitoring and make sure we're keeping the standards? Or are we seeing the One Road Authority as a central body that will be the implementers? Is it that we will no longer be utilizing the parish councils and the municipalities to do roads? What is your concept of the One Road Authority so that we are fully aware of what the debate is going to be and how we will position ourselves to respond?
That's it? Thank you very much, member. So at the beginning of the Spark process, we would have engaged with the National Water Commission and asked them to do an initial assessment and tell us which roads need water line. So they would have given us would have given them the list of roads, and they would have said to us, this one needs water line, etc. What has happened though is that over time, some roads that have needed that were never assessed as needing water line, need water line. I don't know about your specific case about a community having water and now doesn't have water. And that's something that I'm happy that you raised. I will also raise it with the National Water Commission and NWA to see how quickly we can resolve that problem. The cost per kilometer under the Spark program is $50 million. It does not just include laying of asphalt, it includes drainage. It doesn't include water line. It includes water line.
No, I asked specifically about the 1 kilometer of road, excluding laying of pipes and drainage.
No, but drainage is a part of the program. You cannot exclude it. I can exclude pipes, but
no, because drains might vary. V drains, U drain, whatever. I'm asking about just the asphalted concrete average cost.
The average cost per kilometer on the Spark to build a road, excluding water line, is $50 million. As it relates to breakaway, there are many of those, and we're trying to prioritize as much as possible based on budget. I will have to admit to you that I don't have the budget to fix all the breakaways that are there, and everyone perceives their breakaway to be the worst. So we're trying our best to see how we can prioritize. The One Road Authority is going to be a regulator for all roads and an implementer for national roads, and enforcer of standards. It is not contemplated that the One Road Authority is going to undermine the parish councils. As a matter of fact, for the municipal corporations, we're going to have to work with the municipal corporations to help them to manage in terms from a standards and regulatory perspective.
I would hope that, Minister, I was hoping it would be more than just help to manage regulation and provide standards, upgrade, and to make sure that they're meeting standards, but that you're going to provide some budgetary support to make sure that, it's local government, it's local government, but it is also part of the one road you are talking about. And if the municipalities are going to be in a position to be able to do the kind of roads that are required to meet the standards we speak of, then we'll have to. I'm imploring you.
We're going to be starting consultations
because that's where the community roads are, right?
We're going to be starting consultations very soon. I'm working with Minister Mackenzie on that. And we're going to be speaking to our municipal corporations all across the island to outline to them what we're doing. So you will definitely hear more, especially when it comes to Parliament, with the policy and the legislation.
You can't help me from
Thank you very much.
We now put the head 1900 through to 19. Sorry. Let's take head 1900. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. 19,000 C, Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure. $19,000, Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development, pages 1 to 17. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. 19,000 C, Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development, Capital, pages 1 to 32. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. 1900. 19,047. National Land Agency, pages 1 to 8. Those in favor? Those against? 19,048. National Environment and Planning Agency, pages 1 to 9. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. 19,050. National Work Agency, pages 1 to 8. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Chair, and thank the ministers, and thank the technical team from the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development. Chair, we will now invite the Ministry of National Security and Peace to take the center. We have a procedural matter. Oh, okay. So, Ministry of National Security and Peace. And we ask the Ministry of, well, let's deal with this.
Angela, please get everything you want down there. You have three prime ministers actually. You have the former prime minister and the present prime minister. No, I'm not going to do it. You're the lucky man in the business. How you do? All right? Come it up. Yeah, man. Anyway, not telling you. Date me. Yeah. Where you up to? Date me. I think I computer lab at New York School. When I work in yeah. All the equipment and thing and then start some work. Who will belong it? The first one, Pitts. Pitts, you have to prepare for Pitts. We're going on the corner first, you know. We're going on the committee first.
Ministry of National Security. The Ministry of National Security is before us. Chairman, it is the Ministry of National Security and Peace. It is led by Minister Horace Chang and supported by Minister of State Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. There is a procedural matter, Chair. So we convene the Ministry of National Security so that we can take the procedural matter, which I will outline now. The Ministry of National Security also treats with the expenditure in relation to the Jamaica Defense Force, the estimates around the Jamaica Defense Force. And it is our procedure that those deliberations happen in camera by a subcommittee of the Standing Finance Committee of Parliament. As such, Chairman, be resolved that a subcommittee comprising the following members: the Honorable Dr. Horace Chang, the Honorable Mrs. Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, the Honorable Mr. Xavier Main, the Honorable Ms. Tova Hamilton, the Honorable Ms. Carencia Morrison, the Honorable Mr. Delano Sivright, along with Mr. Fitz Jackson, Dr. Kenneth Russell, be appointed to consider and report on a Defense Force estimate at head 26,000, pages 1 to 10, and head 26,000C, pages 1 to 9.
The question is that a subcommittee comprising the named members be appointed to consider and report on the Defense Force estimate at head 26,000, pages 1 to 10, and head 26,000C, pages 1 to 9. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, what we now propose, what we now ask is that the subcommittee be permitted to meet outside the chamber to consider the Defense Force estimates.
Thank you, Chairman. First, it's good to be back with you, and let me just express my...
The question is before us. Yeah. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Your mic not working. That's right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right. Thank you, Chairman. We'll proceed, but just let me express my... to be back in the team and to express my appreciation to the members for this best wishes and the various greetings I got. I know I didn't speak to many because two reasons. One, they were instruction for my own side leadership, but also my daughter managed my telephone for 3 months of my life. And I know that the calls came in, so let me express again my appreciation to the members. It was a major event, but we have come to them very well, and it's good to be here. I'm doing 2 teams today, so I'm going to take the retreat to deal with the first team. My other team is here, and we'll introduce him at a later stage. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, yep. Oh, sorry.
Permit me, Mr. Chair, to just give a formal welcome back to the Minister after his bout of illness. Indeed, I was one of them who tried to reach him when I heard he was ill. I'm happy to know it is not me alone who was black, but others. But seriously, good to see the Minister back in full flight, and we look forward to working together.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, as the Ministry of National Security and Peace treat with the subcommittee, we ask that you invite in the Ministry of Water, Environment, and Climate Change, headed by Minister Matthew Samuda. We will take that ministry in the interim. So the Ministry of Water, Environment, and Climate Change, their technical team, you can come now. No.
Glad.
They're coming in. I know what the project is.
Minister, the invitation is there for you to start.
Thank you. Let me try and get the right. Thank you, Chairman. Allow me to welcome to the Houses of Parliament the senior leadership of the Ministry of Water, Environment, and Climate Change in its first occasion to appear before this committee in this current form. With me this evening is our Permanent Secretary, Mr. Wayne Robertson, Dr. Sharon Morrison, our Director General, of course, Chief Technical Director, Ms. Gillian Guthrie, members of the Water Policy Unit, members of the Environment Risk Management Branch, of course, members of the Climate Change Division, and of course, from our agencies, we are represented by Mr. Kevin Carr, Acting President of the National Water Commission, Mr. Peter Clark, Managing Director
of the Water Resources Authority, Mr. Franklin Watt, Acting Managing Director of Rural Water Supply Limited, Mr. Ainsley Henry, Conservator of Forests, and Mr. Conrad Russell, Director of Finances and Accounts from the Forestry Department. Mr. Chairman, allow me also, because it is the first time I would have had the opportunity to speak publicly on the matter, just to extend my condolences to the family of Mr. Devani Shearer, who is a young man who would have lost his life in tragic circumstances at the Ocherios High School this evening. So I ask members for their understanding, just in me extending my own condolences to his family and friends, of course neighbors and the entire Ocherios High School family. Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Water, Environment and Climate Change was established after the September 2025 election to promote sustainable management and conservation of Jamaica's water resources, protect and preserve our environment, and lead the nation's efforts in adapting to and mitigating the impacts of climate change through a cadre of highly skilled, competent, and experienced professionals. According to the assignment of subjects, the ministry has portfolio responsibility for the National Water Commission, the Rural Water Supply Limited, the Water Resources Authority, Central Wastewater Treatment Company Limited, the Forestry Department, the Met Services, indeed the Climate Change Advisory Board, and the NCOCZM, which is the National Council on Oceans and Coastal Zone Management. The vision of this ministry is to become a center of excellence in sustainable water management, environmental stewardship, and climate resilience, ensuring a healthy and resilient Jamaica for current and future generations. The budget allocations we will discuss represent our first full year in having stewardship of our own affairs. This ministry was created at a critical and crucial juncture in our journey towards a sustainable future. It comes after Jamaica would have experienced Hurricane Melissa in October 2025 and was once again reminded of the scale and severity of climate impacts. The devastation caused by Category 5 Hurricane Melissa underscored a harsh reality. Even with sound macroeconomic management and ongoing development progress, a single extreme event can set back decades. The path from loss to recovery is indeed challenging, but it also presents opportunities. Opportunities to build resilience, foster innovation, and create a future where communities are better prepared and more adaptable to an uncertain climate future. At this stage, I am duty bound to report that the National Water Commission has restored some 97% of its customers, with only 12 systems nationally still without JPS power being operated intermittently on generator. What this means is that 16,500 customers are still impacted, predominantly in the west of Jamaica. Our focus in achieving our responsibility in Vision 2030 is well known. Our commitment to the implementation of the SDGs is well known, and it is underpinned by our efforts in working very closely with the Ministry of Finance to stand up the ministry's operations. The ministry is located now at the 16A Halfway Tree Road. The building is indeed owned by the government of Jamaica, so no funds are being expended on rent. To enhance the aesthetics, of course, because it is an old building, we are doing some basic renovations, and we've already painted the building and, of course, marked it to ensure that you're able to find it. The ministry's organizational structure has been approved by the Ministry of Finance and Public Service in December 2025. The structure contains 203 positions, 82 of which are indeed new. The structure is modern and reflective of the global trends. Some of the new posts include a Chief Technical Director with responsibility for climate change and a Meteorological Service, a Director rather, for Oceans and the Blue Economy, as well as a Climate Finance Officer. The Director for Oceans and Blue Economy will be responsible for developing and implementing strategies to promote sustainable use and conservation of our ocean resources. The officer will also oversee initiatives related to maritime industries, maritime conservation, and policies that support economic growth while ensuring environmental resilience. The Climate Finance Officer which I believe is a gap that would have been raised in a previous iteration by the Leader of Opposition Business, will, among other things, be responsible for developing and submitting proposals to donor agencies to secure funding to support climate-related projects and initiatives. These positions are critical to supporting Jamaica's efforts to become climate resilient. Some staff, as you would imagine, Mr. Chairman, has been transferred from the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs and, of course, from the Economic Growth and Job Creation Ministry, deployed now at MWEC, as we refer to it. Recruitment of staff is ongoing and will be completed in the coming financial year. The ministry would have completed its 2026 to 2030 strategic business and operational plans, third quarter performance report, and budget to the Cabinet Office and indeed Ministry of Finance and Public Service, respectively. The sum of $2,611,939,000 has been allocated to the ministry for the 2026-2027 financial year. We expect this figure, upon review and working with the Ministry of Finance as we stand up the operations of the ministry, to increase at supplementary as we get MWEC humming. The major focus, as one can imagine, certainly from a budgetary allocation, does in fact focus on water. I think it is indeed important for colleagues as they look at budget head 22,000 to take note, firstly, that the Western Resilience Water Project, which for members' recollection, deals with the significant expansion and hardening of our infrastructure between the Martha Brae and indeed the west end of Negril. That project has been allocated through the capital budget $11 billion. Last year we would have paid down $7 billion in the purchase of the pipes, and these pipes are 36-inch ductile iron pipes that will run from Martha Brae to the terminal reservoir in the center of St. James. And yes, Mr. Chairman, I know you're not able to ask questions, but yes, that does benefit Central St. James. And it will also see significant improvements in distribution from the Great River Water Treatment Plant on the boundary of St. James and Hanover to, yes, the west end of Negril. The additional $3.3 billion, which is covered under budget head 22,000 rather, is reflective of projects which are already under contract. I think that point needs to be understood. So that allows us to honor our obligations as we complete several projects which were announced last year, which include, not least of all, projects like the ferry to Rock Pond, certainly which moves water from ferry all the way to the top of Red Hills, projects like Juno Crescent in Clarendon, projects which are in every single parish of this country which can be discussed should members have particular questions. The budget head also covers the expenses and projects related to the Rural Water Supply Limited. Members would notice that there are budgetary allocations with setting up the project unit associated with the long discussed CDB funded projects, which we can obviously dive into, and I expect members to ask questions about as it relates to the additional capital works which are listed. Those capital works are also to facilitate closure of works already under contract for this financial year. That means the work this year outside of what is in the budget book will really be to, yes, hear your concerns, but to work through the water policy unit to ensure that we identify all water scarce communities in the country and build out long-term plans to facilitate their water resilience. The major additional expense under the ministry from a capital perspective will be building out of our new nurseries to facilitate the relief initiative under the forestry department. I will not be much longer in my introduction, Mr. Chairman, as I expect there to be significant questions under the water, environment, and climate change portfolio. Or perhaps members are tired, but we'll see.
Member from Western Westmoreland.
Minister Samuda, let me thank you and your team for being here. And you're correct, we're a little tired, so I won't be long because I think there'll be a lot of questions on water as we speak. But so let me get to the questions. Head 22,000, NWC capital expenditure 26-27, 3.57 billion, and it's broken down into 1.86 billion upgrade water supply sewage, 518 million continued implementation of water supply, 320 improvement of major potable water transmission, 870 million other projects. My question to you is, can the NWC manage, question one, can the NWC manage the execution of these projects? That's one. Question two, what changes are being made to the project management and procurement department to guarantee the delivery of these projects to the people of Jamaica?
Thank you, member. Last year, the NWC would have been allocated some $11 billion to its capital projects. The NWC would have also implemented $1.8 billion through its own revenue. The government, well, certainly the ministry is happy to report that we would have expended these funds. Now, the budget book, based on when it would have been printed, would not account for the fact that $7 billion of pipes have been paid for. It will recognize it in next year's budget when they are delivered in June and the construction starts. But the remainder of last year's or this year's allocation has indeed been expended, including internal works. So I'm satisfied on the procurement side, member, that the National Water Commission and indeed the Ministry's Water Policy Unit are able to procure the works associated with the budgets which are provided. As it relates to the project management of our existing works, yes, I am satisfied that the Water Commission, through its engineering units and the contractors it has selected, can indeed implement against the project designs that they have.
Follow-up question. You have here under 22,000 also pipeline and transmission main replacement, $322 million budget for 26-27. Which parishes and communities will be affected and how many customers this will impact overall?
Sorry, member, you mind telling me exactly which budget head you're looking at, which page you're on?
22,000. Head 22,000.
Which page, member?
All right, I'll get to that pretty soon, but could you, Minister, I have a question, and it's in regards to, I've been searching the document here for in terms of solar technology. We just went through a hurricane in the country, a Category 5 hurricane. And I would have thought more or less that a portion of the budget would have been allocated or increased for solar technology, knowing that JPSCO was down for a while. And I speak about the Logwood water treatment plants and other treatment plants across St. Elizabeth and Western Jamaica that was out of commission. Is there a plan within the commission to strategically focus on solar technology going forward?
Thank you for that question, member. The Water Commission this year will continue to pursue 2 large-scale PPPs, which will significantly transform the energy situation of the Water Commission. Ultimately, we've identified that PPPs are the best, or is the best methodology to deploy solar and other renewable sources. The energy situation at NWC is indeed a financial challenge outside of just the resilience issue. But just to note, as it related, because you did enter it into the discussion, the logwood system, we had purchased a generator to function as redundancy. And a little over 10 days after Hurricane Melissa would have struck the island, the generator was actually vandalized, which is what impacted the consistency of supply in that area. And that was indeed unfortunate. But members should also note that as it related to systems like the one at the foot of Red Hills in Kingston and St. Andrew, that we would have brought on a solar system towards the latter part of August last year. And already I'm happy to report that we've enjoyed some $20 million of savings and indeed would have had the resilience. But yes, member, we do have 2 large-scale PPPs that will deal with the energy deployment that we require.
Minister, 2010, the Western Parish Supply and Resilience Improvement, you speak about 11 billion for Trelawney, St. James, Hanover, and Westmoreland. I'm of the view that, for example, this will basically affect the coastline from Trelawney into the west end of Negril due to the development of the tourism sector. And the residents of this country will not be the ones who will be prioritized. And I say that against the backdrop that rural water is where most persons in rural Jamaica, rural water come in and do their feasibility study, and after procurement and all of that, you get water. But I'm looking at the budget here, the 11 billion, and I'm of the view that when it comes to the budget of rural water, I see here $223 million for year 26-27. Can the minister shed some light on rural water, the $11 billion project versus that of the 4 or 5 parishes that you speak about that it will impact? Is there an increase in the budget for rural water in terms of executing so that persons in rural Jamaica can feel the impact of this $11 billion with the expansion?
So I recall, and through you, Chairman, I recall the members' advocacy while campaigning during the awful drought 2 years ago that affected Hanover and Negril disproportionately. The reality related to our population distribution is that there is absolutely no way to invest from the Martha Brae to the West End and not significantly improve water supply to several 100,000 Jamaicans. And we will improve that water supply through a number of factors that make up the Western Resilience Water Project. Firstly is the transmission main, which anyone who has been stuck in traffic near Coral Gardens when that line collapses would appreciate just how often that line breaks. That line has gone beyond its useful life, and it supplies the reservoir in the terminal reservoir in the center of Montego Bay. So certainly everyone from Martha Brae to terminal reservoir will be impacted by this transmission main, which will significantly reduce leakage of several million gallons a day and make that water available to citizens in communities like Flanker, communities like Montego Bay. And I think that is something that needs to be understood. As it relates to the line that will then run from the Great River Treatment Plant through Eastern Hanover, through Western Hanover, and terminate at the roundabout in Negril, or rather at the town center of Negril, that will obviously benefit another few 100,000 Jamaicans. It will also take pressure off of systems like Bulstrode, which have been pressed to push as far as Negril, and we've had to do interconnections, as you'd have known, during that period. It will take significant pressure off of Logwood, so communities like Green Island will benefit significantly. But this project is not limited simply to a transmission main. The project also includes the significant upgrade of the Great River water treatment plant to increase the ability to process an additional 7 million gallons a day. It also includes the upgrade of the Martha Brae water treatment plant, which should have similar volume increases, while obviously significantly reducing leaks in and around the space. The other element, which should be of particular interest certainly to members from the northwest of the island, from Trelawney, extending, I mean, it will benefit as far as St. Mary, will be the development of a Rio Bueno water treatment plant, and for members in Westmoreland, the development of the Roaring River water treatment plant. The Western Resilience Water Project is a project that contemplates the investment of $45 billion into the northwestern parishes extending to Westmoreland. And I think that needs to be understood, and $7 billion has been spent already. $11 billion will be spent this year, and we move into the heavy-duty construction phase in June. There's no way to do that sort of investment and it not benefit Jamaicans first and foremost, and that needs to be understood. As it relates to the rural water question, the $223 million that you are referring to is actually the initial phase of investment in the CDB project, which has been discussed from as far back as 2008 in that house, in this house rather. That project contemplates major water systems in Agwater Vale in St. Mary, Albertown and Ulster Spring in Trelawney, the Kemps Hill scheme, the Mason Hall scheme in St. Mary, the Union and Balaclava scheme in St. Elizabeth, and the Port Morant and Erie Castle scheme in St. Thomas. This allocation is to set up the project unit that will finalize the engineering and finalize the procurement process, which we expect to get underway this year. We are finalizing the arrangements with the CDB, with the Ministry of Finance. This project is expected to invest some $36 million US, and I expect that once the loan agreement is indeed signed, we will bring that matter to the House. I'd like to also bring your attention, member, to, as it relates to the rural water supply, the allocation, I've lost my bearings, of some 470 million. I'll tell you which budgeted in a second, which deals with projects such as Riversdale in St. Catherine. It deals with projects on 22,010, remember. It deals with projects such as Orange Bay in Portland. But as I did mention at the beginning, remember, this 432 million, just to be faithful to the information, does involve closing out existing commitments and does not contemplate new projects this budget year.
Minister, public bodies, page 265, island-wide metering. You often get complaints from your customers at the NWC about defective meters. 35,000 new meters for 2025, 2026, 216 million budgeted, yet zero spent. Could you elaborate on this for me, please?
There was a delivery issue based on supply chain disruptions caused by a number of factors. We expect to get them in the new financial year very early.
All right, next question. Minister, what's the current fleet stock at the NWC? And I ask this question because on same page 265, you have, you plan to spend this year, 26-27, you plan to spend $656 million on new motor vehicle purchase. What portion of this is trucked water? Trucking, water trucks.
In terms of the purchase of water trucks, members, to be clear?
Yes. What portion of it? 656 million.
Remember, it is contemplated that we'll purchase an additional 8 water trucks and 30 service pickups out of this allocation.
30 service pickups?
Yes.
And how many water trucks?
We currently have 20 water trucks and 300 vehicles total in the fleet.
Okay. Minister, in terms of, I see here in terms of trucking of water, 80.5 million, 250 million for black tanks. In terms of drought, because we face drought every single year. Is this an adequate amount as we speak?
No, member, but the way the budget has been managed from time immemorial is that when the Met Service and the WRA write to the Minister of Water, it is drawn from the Ministry of Finance out of their contingency budget annually. Should it be accounted for that way, I would prefer it wasn't, but that is the way it has always been done.
Public bodies 265, compensation for directors, executives, and senior managers grew from 403 million in 2024-2025 to estimated 436 million in 25-26 to projected 451 million in 26-27, budgeted increase of 3% when compared to budget decrease of 8% for clerical production and supervisors. My question, Minister, does the NWC still have a president? That's my first question.
The current position is held by Kevin Carr as acting president of the NWC. Members will recall that the current holder of the office would have been sent on administrative leave in late 2023. His contract comes to an end at the end of this month.
Minister, is the president that was sent on leave, was he still getting a salary from the NWC?
As per normal arrangements related to administrative leave and all employment law standards, yes.
Yes, okay. My next question to you, what is the separation figure?
There isn't a separation figure because his contract is coming to an end at the end of the month.
Okay, so what is the amount? What is the amount? What is the amount in terms of a figure, in terms of the contract coming to an end?
No, I'm not following your question, member.
All
His
right,
contract would have been exhausted. There is no additional cost for separation.
Minister, is the separation package for
no, member, there is no separation package. His contract has expired.
Was he paid full salary?
Minus benefits associated with active duty, yes.
What was that?
I don't have that figure offhand, but we'll be prepared to get it for you.
Okay, was it $50+ million?
No, nobody at the Water Commission earns $50+ million.
What was it then, Minister?
I don't have that figure as I mentioned before, but I'm prepared to get it for you and get back to you.
And Mr. Barnett, contracts come to an end?
It comes to an end at the end of this month, yes.
Okay, and there isn't a compensation separation package, right?
No.
No. Huh? Okay. All right. In 2025-2026, the NWC had a net loss of 2.5 billion after subvention of 3.25 billion. Minister, why should we believe that for 2026-2027, the net loss will be reduced to 104 million before subvention? What will happen differently within the NWC?
So, for the 3 years previous to this current financial year, the NWC was able to make a modest surplus for the first time in its history, making a surplus for 3 years in a row. Mm-hmm. There was a little event that you may recall, Hurricane Melissa, which would have knocked out several thousand of our customers. We are not able to charge for customers who don't get water. So, in essence, for those who understand the cross-subsidy in water, when you lose several dozen large-scale commercial customers in the West for a prolonged period, you lose significant revenue, which would have impacted our balance sheet significantly in a year where, because of the reclassification exercise, our cost of employment would have increased. So that is pretty much the major issue. You'd have also had significant emergency works which were unplanned related to the restoration. Now, we do not anticipate these commercial customers being out in perpetuity based on the current rate of onboarding and reconnecting. Based on them standing up their operations, we do expect losses to be significantly reduced this financial year.
Minister, the divestment of Soapberry. Government owns 85%, 15% by private investors. Investor. Is it that the government has found someone to take up the offer in terms of the doubling of the capacity of the of Soapberry?
The government of Jamaica would have engaged KPMG as its transaction partner. The transaction design would have been presented to the cabinet and been accepted. We have made our submissions to the PIAB. Upon approval, we expect to go to market later this year to seek that partner. So no, we have not found a partner yet. We will be going to market in a competitive bidding process to see which partner comes forward.
Minister, you speak about bringing in 15 million gallons of water into Kingston daily. My question to you is, you have 200 wells in Kingston that, if you look at the current if you look at technology now, you could basically improve some of those wells across the corporate area. Is anyone within the commission looking at diversifying in terms of, not even diversifying that much, but looking at situations where you can improve the technology and allow these wells to come back into operation?
Yes, member. The well at Maresca Road, which was long rested, has been brought on using the modern technology, and its tests are certainly encouraging. We do have many wells, as you would know, that because of high nitrate content, we're unable to access water. It is one of the reasons why we must move apace, especially in Kingston and St. Andrew, to complete our sewering project because of the height of the water table.
My final question, Minister, and it's more of a statement. I think at times the NWC gets a knockout there for your customer service / customer relation. Would it be possible for the Commission to, across constituencies, because I think a lot of Member of Parliament suffers from this, across constituencies where we do some town hall meetings with the NWC in ensuring that the community buys in and the NWC understand clearly what communities across this country are faced with daily. Could I get your commitment that your team within the NWC will embark on such a mission going forward? Final question.
Public engagement is indeed a tenet and a pillar of our performance metric. We do make ourselves available to members of parliament and councillors for their scheduled meetings. We participate in your CDF consultations. But yes, member, you have my commitment that we will increase our engagement within communities.
Thank you, Minister.
Member from Northwest St. James?
No.
West Central St. James, sorry.
You're looking this side?
No.
You're looking this side, sir?
It's a mic.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, while I appreciate the challenges that inhere in establishing a new ministry and at the same time dealing with the portfolio matters of the ministry, you do appreciate that questions about water supply are many to MPs, and especially MPs with rural communities. I am looking for the allocation in relation to the maintenance of plant and equipment for pumps and plants and other houses, but I haven't been able to see it. I don't know if it's my misreading, or I don't know which line item it falls under. So and the reason I'm asking about that, Minister, is that we get, certainly using my constituency of St. James West Central as an example, constant complaint about pumps being down and water supply being disconnected in the communities. And the disconnection goes on for a very long time. Now, I know that in the time that I have been in the office of Member of Parliament, I have seen substantial improvements. But the Great River plant, which I'm advised by the NWC, that manufactures 15 million gallons of water per day, with the 5 million sent over to Hanover and the next 10 million remaining. And I note you've said that with the capital works being done on the Western Resilience, another 7 million gallon will be commissioned. It seems that something is preventing the water from reaching the communities that are served by the plant. And what I hear recurringly is that something has broken down. And I don't know if it's the absence of routine maintenance, it's the age of the plant, but whatever it is, I'm just looking to see where that is being addressed in the budget. That's the first question.
Well, that was about 3, admittedly, member, but I'll do my best to answer all 3. The first is that maintenance is covered under the recurrent expenses, and you wouldn't be able to break it down as maintenance specific to pumps relative to other maintenance expenses. However, it is well known that within our distribution network, there are pumps that are older than every single member in this house because of our failure to invest over the last 50 to 60 years in the pumping network. Now, this year, as a part of our capital expenditure, we will spend just over $900 million on replacing 30 of the oldest, most unreliable pumps in the network. Now, that is 30 out of 800. We do hope as allocations increase that we will be able to increase the number of pumps that are procured on an annual basis until we're able to bring that pumping network up to speed. But there is another issue that does need to be contemplated, and it is the maintenance of lines which are outside of our capacity, which lines I refer to are the power transmission lines. One of the most frustrating things, I think, to members of parliament is the concept of three-phase power, where every constituent may have light, so they say, but we have light. But you have to remember that our pumps use very heavy industrial scale energy and require three-phase power. So if the lines are not maintained, you do have challenges. Now, that is not something we've taken lying down. We have formed a joint working group with JPS to address this matter going forward. As it relates to Great River, yes, you are correct. It will be dealt with in the capital project. Now, as it relates to the distribution network and whether or not water is reaching particular communities, and you could interchange the names in West Central St. James with the names in West Central St. Catherine or in Southern Trelawney, member, because the reality is our network is aged and in many cases has gone beyond its useful life. Now, that is the reason why we are working with the World Bank and their water expert team to complete our procurement of a NRWB, non-revenue water partner. Now, we would have been going through an international competitive process. We expect that process to come to an end later this year. That will kickstart some $300 million of investment in the distribution network in reducing leaks, cutting theft, and yes, making water delivery much more reliable.
Member, if you have a follow-up question, please do not turn off your mic because you put the system now at a... So, We will now have to take those before you and come back to you. Member Brown.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Minister, I'm on 22,000 C2 and C3, specifically the Rural Water Supply Improvement Project. I must say that I'm very pleased on behalf of the people of Southeastern St. Mary to see this project, as you have indicated, from as far back as 2008 in terms of the CDB. It's something that is well overdue. I noticed, though, in the 22,000 C11, the anticipated physical targets, and I think you mentioned it in your opening remarks, are more focused on capacity and institutional building more than the...
Sorry, in relation to which, what is that, 22,000 C11?
C...
Or 22,011?
22, capital, the capital budget, 22,000 C3.
Oh.
Yes.
You said 11, that's...
I said 11?
Yeah. Yes,
I'm sorry.
No, so go ahead.
Yeah, so in terms of the actual targets for this fiscal year, I believe you said it in your opening remarks, it is more focused on institutional strengthening and capacity building more than actual works.
No, as it relates to the CDB-related project,
Yes.
because the CDB project, that $5 billion, has a project unit which has to be developed. So there is
Yes.
a bit of an institution building that has to take place to facilitate the investment.
All right. So in terms of, and I'm very pleased, as I said, Minister, a Galter Vale Jordan Run scheme, St. Mary, you know, for the first time at last, we are #1 in terms of that order, and we are really pleased. The people of Belfield, Richmond, who have to deal with a regulated water system where they get water once per week. If they miss that day, as Member Malahoo Fort indicated, for some reason related to broken pipes, electrical issue, they have to wait until the next week. If something else happened the following week, they missed, or sometimes they're out for 3-4 weeks. So we are really pleased that that would come. But in terms of the actual physical works, Minister Mackenzie, Minister, you can leave if you want to leave. I am here to ask my question. Minister, I'm going to ask my questions. I'm going to ask my questions. I'm going to ask my questions.
Member Brown.
Yes.
Member Brown.
Minister, will the...
Member Brown.
Yes.
Whenever you're given the floor,
yes,
I will say no. Whenever you're given the floor to ask your question, concentrate on asking question. If you go into a side argument, then you are giving up your right.
Thank you, Chairman. So, Minister, in year one, as you have indicated, there will be no actual installation works.
On
so,
Waterville?
Waterville.
So to be clear, as it relates to the Jordan Run wells,
yes,
there is a phase of the project that is nearing completion, which is outside of the CDB-funded project. So the well would have been dug, the pumps and associated mechanical pieces have been purchased and are awaiting installation.
Excellent.
And will be done in a matter of weeks. Now that impacts from Port Maria going east towards Itabaral system.
Yes.
So everywhere in between that area, I'd imagine from central St. Mary into southeast St. Mary, we'll see some improvement. Now, this project deals with the other elements of it, which is the fact that along that corridor requires significant piping work, tanks at elevated points, pressure monitors, etc., etc.
Yes.
But there will be some improvement this year on the phase which had gone before, because that's nearing completion.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Minister.
Just to note, if I may, just to, hopefully this helps members, and I don't want to dive into my sectoral debate, but just some members to assist. This year's budget includes the Orange Bay Phase 1 at some $40 million. It includes completion of works in Riversdale, Hampshire at approximately $50 million. It includes Fall and Spring in Western St. Mary at $20 million. Completion of the Mason Hall Phase 1 at $10 million. Davistown at $24 million. I'm not sure the name of this one in Eastern St. Thomas, but $10 million is allocated there. There's also Shaw Park in St. Ann. There is a Stepney catchment tank in southwest St. Ann at $136 million. There are catchment tanks in St. Elizabeth, Manchester, among others that will also benefit. And we have a program for schools in Western Jamaica on rainwater harvesting.
Thank you, Minister. Finally, on page 262, in terms of the public bodies, there is a provision in terms of the continuation of island-wide water supply initiative, Eastern St. Mary water supply. Is that related, or is that a separate set of works that will be undertaken?
I don't think I have much funds for separate sets of work, so I assume it is the same.
It is the same.
It is the same project.
All right. Thank you.
Member Newell.
Thank you, Minister, and good afternoon to you, Minister, and your team from the Ministry of Water. Good night. Yes. The Mason Hall scheme, Minister, what is left to be done this year on that project?
The installation of the pumps and mechanical operating equipment to allow the well to come on.
In terms of your water quality tests, Minister, does the ministry test for contaminants of emerging concerns such as microplastics, pharmaceuticals, and the others listed by IPCC?
So the ministry doesn't do testing. It is the varying agencies that do testing. And over the last few years, we've been focused on ensuring that our labs are all ISO certified. And yes, the labs that are doing the testing are indeed ISO certified.
So you are doing tests for that. Thanks. 31.5 million as the budget for the administrative functions of the climate change branch of the ministry. Is that adequate for the work required?
Sorry.
That's 22,011.
So that unit is a policy unit, right? The nature of every subject area that the government manages is that no subject area is managed by a single ministry, department, or agency. This policy unit manages, in many ways, both the climate change policy implementation and monitoring, and manages our international engagements with the agencies under the UNFCCC's structure.
In terms of the resources at your disposal, Minister, does the ministry or has the ministry provided any climate risk screening tool for the executive to use to see the climate risk across this budget and the projects being implemented?
The government would have completed what's called the Jamaica Systemic Risk Assessment Tool some 3 years ago in terms of phase 1. We intend that project is actually housed at the PIOJ and not housed at our ministry, as it is an all of government tool. And yes, all of government that requires access to it has access to it.
So you're confident that this budget has been climate screened and the appropriate risks considered?
If I understand what you mean, then yes.
What climate resilience indicators can this Parliament expect you to report on during the fiscal year?
The Parliament can look forward to the Prime Minister's contribution in the budget debate, as he will deal with heavily the issue of resilience, especially as he covers NARA and other resilience-related projects.
Does the ministry do any aggregation of climate-related spending across the MDAs?
That is undertaken largely by the PIOJ as they manage international funds that come in.
Does the minister have any capacity, or the ministry, does it have any capacity to monitor environmental breaches?
That is not the remit of the central ministry.
Does the ministry actively monitor emissions, and if so, well, does the ministry actively monitor emissions?
The ministry actively monitors the reports from all environmental agencies related to their respective duty.
So primarily the environmental branch of the ministry focuses on monitoring as opposed to implementing.
The line of questioning is rather strange. So the ministry develops and monitors legislation, regulation, policy, and ensures that the MDAs, being the departments and agencies that operationalize these things, are functioning accordingly.
So in terms of infractions, the ministry has no capacity to monitor?
The ministry has no role, and it never has.
Thanks.
Under this construct, the previous.
No, on the previous, NEPA, for example, was a part of the ministry.
NEPA is not the ministry. NEPA is a
No, it was a part of
department and
agency.
agency. NEPA has that role, and they've had that role regardless of where they've been placed.
All right. Thank you, Minister.
Member Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Minister and your team. Long day. Minister, my questions surround monitoring and compliance management. There are marginal increases, but I have a constituency that suffers from change of use status. The people of Richmond Park, Bloomsbury, Kencat, Cassia Park, Garden, and Margaret Villa suffers, whereas their homes are purchased by rapacious businesses and force them to seek shelter elsewhere, which also put pressure on the housing stock. Is there any consideration to revise your change of use status and to ensure compliance?
That is a planning issue. The subject of planning is under the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development, so I wouldn't be able to speak the same.
But Minister, isn't NEPA one of the major planning authorities?
NEPA is your major planning authority for the country, and it is under the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development. And they would have answered questions earlier related to same.
Member, concentrate on the line item on the pages, please.
I'm under compliance. That's where I am.
Which budget heading are you referring to, sir?
The page 1948-7.
One what, sorry?
190.
What's the heading?
48-7.
No, sorry. What budget head are you referring to, sir?
No, I'm looking at
that is not the budget head that we are debating.
That's not a line item.
That is not the budget head we are debating, so I wouldn't be able to respond to same.
That's not a line item.
What is not a line item?
It's not a
monitoring and compliance management is not a line item?
Not in this budget head,
not
sir.
In this.
No, I don't understand what you're telling me.
So we are currently debating budget head 22,000.
22,000. Okay.
1,900 would have been passed already.
Okay. So you are then saying that NEPA has no role in change of use status?
No, I'm saying I can't speak to it because we're not debating that budget head.
Okay.
NEPA is in a different ministry.
All right, I yield. So it's under the subheading. It's under the subheading.
Minister,
it's under the subheading.
Member, let us move on because on more than one occasion it is said that NEPA is under a different heading. You have any more questions?
No, so clarify.
Do you have any questions?
Yes, I'm asking for
what
clarification.
What question you have?
I'm asking for a clarification.
Speak into the mic. Speak into the mic.
Is NEPA under the portfolio that is now under consideration? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Member. Member Malahoo Fort.
Thank you, Chairman. My question relates to the work of the authority and the advisory committee around the master plan. What is the age of the existing master plan?
Sorry, member, I didn't hear the beginning of your question. Could you restate?
Speak into the mic, madam.
My question relates to the work of the National Water Resource, the work on the National Water Resources Master Plan.
Thank you, member. That plan was updated and tabled by Prime Minister last year during his budget presentation, so the country has an up-to-date National Water Resource Master Plan, which was gazetted and tabled in this House.
And the Water Quality Plan?
So I don't know of a water quality plan per se. There's water quality tests undertaken every single day by the Ministry of Health, by the National Water Commission, by the National Irrigation Commission, and by NEPA. I'm not familiar with which document you refer.
Under the Water Resources Act.
I can't answer, but I undertake to speak to you after.
Thank you, Member. Member Perkis.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chairman. Minister, you mentioned Great River to Negril Square and that the rural communities would not be neglected. But would the rural water resilience and supply cover the Shuttlewood water system, providing Mount Pelion with a functional pumping station, and the New Mills water system, specifically the Haddington station?
So the works in Shuttlewood are being undertaken by JSIF, which would have been here earlier. They have allocated some $800 million under their work to be undertaken. So my understanding is, yes, that community will benefit from infrastructure investment, but that investment is not under budgeted 22,000.
Is there a timeline for that,
I couldn't
Minister?
speak to it because it's not under this budgeted.
Thank you, Minister.
Member Vaz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quickly, Minister, under the line item on page 22, 2010, trucking of water, that's activity 11761.
Correct.
Is this budgeted figure the regular amount that is distributed across all constituencies, or is a special provision made for those constituencies who would have got serious damage in the hurricane and have pump stations still down for quite a while, and where these communities would be without regular water supply?
So as a part of the recovery allocations from the Ministry of Finance towards the end of November, I believe it was, we did allocate some $3.3 billion to the National Water Commission to facilitate trucking. That obviously would have done quite a bit of work up to this point. And that wasn't just for trucking, obviously, but the figure here, as you questioned, is indeed the baseline figure that is usually placed. Now, what happens is that when the Met Service and WRA write to the Minister of Water that there is a drought and there is need for trucking, we draw down from the Ministry of Finance through their contingency budget at different times in the year in line with our dry season. As it relates to the crises related to Hurricane Melissa and the recovery period, those expenses are being covered by the National Water Commission through their operational budget.
All right, thank you, Minister. One more question. You mentioned the upgrade of the Roaring River water supply. Could you give me some more clarity with regards to the timeline as to when that would be complete? Because that is a project that has been spoken of for quite a while now, and I just want to know where we are with that.
That project would have been approved to be placed on what's called the PSIP, which is the Public Sector Investment Program as a part of the Western Resilience Water Program, which is slated to spend some $45 billion. So, unlike other things that are discussed, which in many ways are ideas, This is an actual legislative project that is on the investment program of the government. The project was also designated in this House as a nationally designated project. So it will be developed in the coming years. Now that is, though you have a system at Roaring River, remember this is intending to build a brand new water treatment plant to significantly transform water supply in Westmoreland.
Understood, but do we have an actual timeline when we should be starting?
The construction of a water treatment plant, from my own experience with the one being built at Content for Rio Cobre, is that the construction phase would be between 24 and 30 months. That will not commence this year, but we aim to commence it towards the second half of next year.
All right, thanks. And final question. There was a project the acting president would be able to tell you about it. From Dunbar's River into Savlamar, where there were some signs erected about 10 years ago, but until now that project has not got off the ground. Is there any consideration anytime soon for that particular project, which should improve the water supply in Savlamar significantly?
So, remember that project when contemplated some 10 years ago or longer was contemplated at approximately $60 million. We are reevaluating the project. It will not be done in this current budget head, but we aim to do it in the following budget head next year.
Thank you, Minister.
Member Shaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, I just need to seek clarification on the Port Morant Air Castle scheme in St. Thomas Eastern. Just to clarify, what will the residents in the surrounding areas should expect?
Water. The truth is that area is amongst one of the worst and greatest water scarce areas in the country. Each of these systems contemplate extraction, production, storage capacity, and of course distribution. It's a fully integrated system that they will receive. None of the projects listed here will be valued less than $500 million. So a full transformation of their water situation. Now to note, the size of these projects, they will not be built in a single financial year, but the project team is in place and we aim to get the procurement later this year.
So, Minister, what is the timeline?
We aim to get to procurement later this year. After we have completed procurement, I'll give you new dates related to construction start.
All right, another question for you, Minister. The pumps in the Arcade Dumfries Wilmington area, frequent mechanical malfunctions. To date, the Arcade pump has been removed because of mechanical issues.
Not aware of it, undertake to get back to you on that.
I beg your pardon, Minister?
Not aware of the specific local issue, but undertake to get back to you in writing.
Very well, thank you.
Member Crawford.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Minister.
Good
Are
evening,
you
member.
able to provide a status update on the Greater Mandeville Water Improvement Project?
So the Greater Mandeville Water Scheme is 70% complete. It has somewhere between 18 months to 30 months for total completion. There have been planning changes along the way, as you recall, from when the project was first contemplated. The project is almost twice the size of what was contemplated. Then we have been partnering with the NHT to ensure that their new developments in that area are indeed included. As a major milestone, just for those listening or watching later, you'd note that we'd have completed the major pumping station at Gutters. And the transmission main from Pepper to Gutters is nearing completion. And I know we've created quite a bit of traffic disruption as we've been laying other pipes through different sections of Mandeville. So the project progresses, member, but I suspect we will have one last budget head next year to discuss before that comes to practical completion.
We will now put the head to
Mr. Chairman. No. I'm asking one question for the whole day, sir. On behalf of the people of the parish of Portmore, I am duty bound. This is an important issue for us, Mr. Chairman.
Member Terry Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having recognized me. Minister and the team, thank you for presenting here today. I do know that you have been...
Question, member, question.
Working very hard, Minister. Minister, as we look to creating Portmore as the 15th parish for Jamaica, I know that the residents would be excited to learn more about the plans to improve the water conditions in Portmore. Minister, if you could just indicate some of the plans that you have in place to improve the water structure for Portmore, even more so as we look to becoming the 15th parish. Thank you.
There are two major issues that affect the soon-to-be parish of Portmore. One is the availability of source water, and that will be corrected with the completion in May 2027 of the Rio Cobre water treatment plant, which will benefit Portmore, Spanish Town, Kingston, and St. Andrew, especially the southern belt of Kingston and St. Andrew. The second and perhaps most important issue is the fact that the distribution network in Portmore, because of the age of the residential community, is indeed in need of significant upgrade. We do have a pretty heavy infrastructure program for Portmore through our internal works budgeted this year, and that internal works nationally go up to about $1.8 billion, and this is covered through the existing revenues of NWC. So yes, there will be improvement this year, but the real game changer comes in May 2027 when the Rio Cobre plant is complete and pumping water into the distribution network.
Member Miller.
Minister, the pump at the Logwood treatment plant in Hanover,
We don't go home and be
inquiring if this was replaced and it was damaged, and whether or not there are plans for backup plant. Backup pump, rather.
There are no current mechanical There are no current mechanical challenges at the Logwood treatment plant. The plant is operating at full capacity.
Member Cuthbert.
Thank you, Chairman. Speaking on behalf of my constituents, I think Minister, I just want to get an update on the Rock Pond to Ferry. I know that there are some challenges in the Red Hills area, and I know there's a $1.3 billion program. Can you tell us where we are with that?
Big question. That $1.3 billion project is indeed progressing. We expect construction to be complete within 12 months. And that will see water being moved from Ferry up to the area above Cooper's Hill, which will allow us to gravity feed right throughout the hills of Red Hills.
Member Natalie.
Minister, the struggles are real, and I know you know the struggles are real, but I would like Hansard to record exactly what you already know. And I'd like to have a public response on behalf of the people I represent. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, the 15 million gallons of water we talk about going to Portmore and all of these beautiful parishes, I'm so happy for you. And you have the people of North Central St. Catherine to thank for it, because that comes from my constituency. However, there are many communities in my constituency without the precious commodity, including pipes are there. The pipes are there. Sligoville, Kensington, Jackson, places like James Mountain, Bamboo, Content, and I can go on, War Hill, which borders on Rock Hall, which we both share. There are even sections of Bog Walk that still don't have the precious commodity. Minister, in my own discussions with your technical team, I'm asking publicly, I'm understanding that another 300,000 gallons of water. Yes, may I ask you already, I may ask you publicly for the world to hear. 300,000 gallons of water more being extracted from the Rio Cobre would assist in bettering the quality of life for the people of these communities. I think it's only fair. I'd like to know on record if this is going to happen for the people of these communities.
The people of Northeast St. Elizabeth can attest to the fact, certainly for the community that lived in a little place called Ruiny, right beside the Pepper Wells, that while we extract water from there, that I was the minister that ensured that those who lived closest to the extraction point indeed got water. The people of your constituency, certainly who live in proximity to the extraction point, will be dealt with as a priority. But as a national commitment, I have given you my commitment, especially as it relates to the community of Sligoville, to bring that challenge to an end. And that is my commitment on record.
Member Buchanan.
Minister, if you would permit me, I would have perused the budget, and I don't know if you can direct me or point me as to where any water solution for Portland Eastern is present. I ask this in the context that yeah, I ask this in the context that I'm sure you're well aware of the issues.
Member, you have asked a question. Allow the minister to answer now, please.
I'm asking him in
you
the context.
asked a question. I heard a question.
Chairman, I don't wish to be...
Allow the minister to answer the question that you asked.
I'm not finished. While the minister look, I'm allowed to contextualize so he doesn't go anywhere.
Allow the minister, please. Allow the minister to answer the question
Minister,
that you asked.
Go ahead, Minister, and I will follow. You know, when take the people's business for a joke.
The capital investments. The capital investments that will improve water in Eastern Portland are not under this current budget head. There are investments that will be facilitated by the town centre being led by the Factories Corporation. There are investments that will be facilitated by the HAJ, and there are investments under the budget head related to NWA that will see the transmission mains being upgraded. But as it relates to budget head 22,000, there are no capital investments related to water in East Portland under this particular budget head, but they exist in other places.
We can now put the head to the floor. Head 2,000, 22,000, Minister of Water, and those in favor, those against. Head 22,000 C, Ministry of Water, Environment and Climate Change, capital page 1 to 6. Those against, the ayes have it. Head 22,046, Forestry Department, pages 1 to 5. Those in favor, those against. The ayes have it. Ministry of National Security.
Thank you to Minister Samuda and the team. We will now have the Ministry of National Security and Peace.
Well done, Matthew. Say that, try. Put this man right here.
House Leader.
Ministry of National Security and Peace, inviting in the technical team.
Come, Juliet, make we deal with your case now. You come.
Here. Not here? Yeah, that's where you usually are.
Yes, I'm going to buy some of those pens. Hard to keep.
Minister. Minister, you're invited to take the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello, good afternoon again. To back in my substantial post. Now, first of all, the subcommittee. All right, thank you. Seem to hear me now. No, I didn't see my on. Thank you. All right, that's better now. Thank you. First, let me just indicate to the chairman of the House that we considered the defense budget and approved it, but bear in mind that it had already been viewed and approved on the heads of the OPM. But we looked through the details and had it completed. Let me thank the members who participated. Now it is time to look at the Ministry of National Security and Peace, which is the new branch. Right? Essentially an attempt to ensure that we can adopt some programs to ensure the communities benefit from the peace dividend. But let me first introduce the team present this evening. To my left, my Minister of State, Ms. Juliet Cuthbert-Flynn, who does a lot of work. And she is an Olympian. And to my right is the finest public servant and best permanent secretary in the government service, Ambassador Alice Stone Roof. You agree? You agree in the public sector? If I say that. All right. Supported by Commissioner of Police, Dr. Kevin Blake, who is again one of the finest Commissioner of Police, some of the best in it. Mr. Garth Williams from the Chief Executive of PICO, Brigadier Rod Mason, the Commissioner of Corrections, Mr. Delroy Simpson, our Chief Technical Director, one of our Chief Technical Directors, and he handles a lot of the procurement issues and has evolved. We have been there some time. He does an excellent job. So we'll see for some members who are asking of some projects, Mr. Simpson seems to have a good way of getting my projects to PIAB, although it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. Mr. Ron Richards may be here from the Senior Director of MOCA. I'm not sure if he came in. Mr. Pinnock, Principal Financial Officer. Mr. Coon, Devon Cohen, Senior Director, Corporate and Special Service for the JCF.
Ms. Roseanne Phillips, our Principal Finance Officer in the Ministry of National Security, so she takes a global look at everything in money. Ms. Nicola Wittick, Director of Finance and Accounts, MOCA, and Ms. Clover Roberts, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, PICA. I think that's the team that's here. Did I leave anyone out? Yes? No. All right. The Chairman, crime and violence remains a complex challenge that demands coordinated multi-agency response. In this regard, the Ministry of National Security and Peace remains steadfast in its commitment, actively forging partnerships with citizenry, private sector, and key government entities. Our comprehensive crime-fighting strategies are producing significant and measurable results which reveal a sustained downward trend in violent crime as evidenced through the recorded statistics. Recent national crime trends indicate significant improvement in Jamaica's public safety and landscape, with a 43% reduction in murders, a 32% reduction in shooting, and a 17% reduction in overall criminal activity. These outcomes reflect the cumulative impact of multi-sectoral commitment to social investment, sustained investment leading to enhanced law enforcement capabilities, policy legislative reform, and operational improvements within the security forces. The passage of Hurricane Melissa has introduced new and evolving risks to Jamaica's public safety and crime environment, with potential medium to long-term implications for crime patterns and community stability. In this context, continued investments are paramount in strengthening the national security infrastructure, including preserving recent crime reduction gains. With a new peace mandate, the Ministry, through structural private sector partnerships, will employ improved and re-engineered strategies to foster social cohesion, reconciliation, and trust between communities and the state, and not only the individual, but the community levels. The Chairman and members, the substantial investments we have made to reinforce our security apparatus, enhance local law enforcement capabilities, improve border control, and strengthen our crime prevention and rehabilitation programs are a testament to the commitment of the government and the relentless efforts of our security forces. The numbers are clear, our approach is working, the continued decline in murders and major crimes is no coincidence. These results are the direct outcome of the strategic, data-driven, and targeted initiatives spearheaded by the ministry. The budget, the broad outline is summarized for you. A budget of $126.584 billion has been allocated to financial year 26-27. It represents a 28.6% reduction, which is largely as a result of the movement of the JDF to the Ministry of Defense. The recurrent budget is $123.913 billion, and the capital budget $2.67 billion. This provision accounts for Ministry of National Security $9.2 billion, capital budget $2.67, Police Department $90.077 billion. Reflecting our continued commitment to ensure the Police Department as our primary law enforcement agency is in fact funded. Department of Correctional Services $16.37 billion. Passport Immigration Agency $2.3 going through a transformation phase. Institute of Forensic Science and Legal Medicine $1.8 billion. A major organized crime and anti-corruption agency $4.12 billion. The strategic alignment and focus of the ministry in keeping with the government medium-term strategic priorities for 26-27 intend to continue efforts geared at improving city security under the established three-board policy initiative: improve public order and improve public safety. In terms of public order, there are a number of capital projects in place which will continue. There's the construction of the Westmoreland Divisional Headquarters, for which there are $800 million reserved this year. It should be completed by the end of the calendar year, I think, yeah, which means December. There's construction of St. Catherine North Divisional Headquarters of $970 million, and that will be more completion in next year, calendar year. $900 million for the construction of the JCF Specialized Operation West Facility, which we should go to procurement, which means we have been through all the PIAB processes and should go to contract in the first quarter of this financial year. That's designed not only to provide a facility for the special operations team in the West, but the government currently pays huge sums of money to various places for rental as a result of the lack of space for the police officers who is required in the western region. It's not just the high crime rate. The population of Jamaica has increased significantly in the west, and the economy of the country has shifted significantly. If we look at our historical evolution, when corporate area and the southern plains were the dominant economic activity, we now have tourism, and airport, which is one of the largest airports in the Caribbean, hotel rooms, other outsourcing services. So there's need for strong policing in that region. And we have had significant also increase in criminal activity, which we have been able to tackle, but we need permanent police presence. Improve public safety. There's a grant contribution, international Caribbean agencies, $200 million. Modernize technology, $1 billion for Jamaica Eye, continued expansion. $273 million for the communication network to ensure it remains resilient and reliable. $2.169 billion for what we have described as the C5 Security Business Solution Center, command, control, communication, computers, and counterintelligence. $179 million for security strengthening, which deals with maintenance of our electronic infrastructure or cyber infrastructure in the police force. Social investment will continue to receive direct support, but we have a lot of significant partner support as well. But direct finance support from the government, $111 million for youth and community risk reduction initiatives, $36 million through the Peace Management Initiative West, $20 million in Crime Stop, 2.4 for what we call involuntary returning migrants, which means the Jamaicans who are sent home from the United States and we have to settle them. They tend to get to their homes what it costs. 61 million social investment via public-private partnership with Project STAR and Multicare Youth Foundation. Those are two of our leading private sector initiatives who we support as they work with the established policy and agencies of government. Operational demands in terms of witness protection, maintenance of vehicles, and learning and development training programs as part of our continued intervention. So we acknowledge the critical need to realize a safe and secure society, and to this end we'll continue the efforts to strengthen the legislative framework, which we have a number of pieces of legislation we announced in the Crown, in the Governor General's in the opening presentation statement. Improve security infrastructure, expand social investment, which is essentially we will scale it up to ensure that there is a peace dividend, because many of these communities, the murder rate goes down, the gang dissipate. We have to ensure we can now offer the young adults an alternative lifestyle that will allow them to achieve some of their dreams. The effective utilization of available resources remains a cornerstone of this effort. I now defer to you, Chairman, and esteemed members for your questions, observations, suggestions, or notices.
We now put the head to the floor. Head.
The Jackson. Portmore is safer.
Member Fitz-Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. I have a few questions to raise here.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. There's one I want to talk to you. Thank you, Minister. A couple of questions. You indicated at the outset, Minister, about the change in the title of the ministry.
Yes.
From national security to national security and peace.
Yes.
I'd love you to elaborate on what constitutes the peace portfolio in the ministry. I was trying in perusing the estimates to see what specifically is provided for on the peace and whose responsibility that is within the ministry, where the executing in the ministry for the peace portfolio. And I asked that question against the background Minister, with a broader picture. All of us in this house and all well-thinking Jamaica welcome the murder reductions and the shootings in the country. That is what we all have been clamoring for some time. And to the extent that we get some increase, it's welcome. It is what we wanted. But I've said elsewhere, and I say it again here, Minister, reduction in murders, shootings, though welcome, does not by itself constitute security. And that's where the whole element of peace comes in. And I want to get a sense of what is the nexus between reduction in crime, reduction in murders, reduction in shootings, and a sense of security. Again, I've said it. We want murders to go down, but also want the people in the country to go about their normal business with a sense of security, of safety, that their lives are not threatened. So if you could give us a sense of that. And I say that's where peace ties in to that whole reduction of murders. What's one? Minister, while where's that welcome significant reduction, no understating the extent of the reduction, but there has been a corresponding increase in police fatalities over the period. A high numbers of persons have been murdered, have been killed, whichever description you want to attach, but life lost. And it will be insincere. Mr. Chairman, could you advise those newly elected members of the Rules Governing the House before they begin to speak?
Member Jackson, stick to your questions.
Thank you.
Allow the member.
And I will say this to you. Please, if you break off into the side talk, then you're going to lose a privilege.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, when they are disrupting me, you're not reprimanding them. Now I'll resume.
Chairman, if I may, Chairman, remind the member to address the chair. The member, the minister.
So, Mr. Chairman, through you to the minister, the concern that the public has, I'm not speaking on my own behalf, there's a significant increase in fatalities by the police. That's a matter of record. That's not an opinion. And it is of concern. And I would like, and the country would like, for that to be addressed in a manner that they feel satisfied. And when we raise these concerns as opposition in this parliament, it's not about us as opposition, it's on behalf of the country at large. And it ought not to be dismissed. That said, Mr. Chairman, I have some specific questions that I would like to get from the JCF. Yes. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Jackson. Number of things we'll answer. First, the peace dividend really, the reduction in murder is a significant part of the peace because the rate at which murder was proceeding in Jamaica, about 4,500,000. About 4,400,000, remember the United Nations defined 3,400,000 as civil strife, civil war, literally, was the most disturbing aspect of the lack of public safety in the country. People could not gather in their usual Friday evening at the shop to play a game of domino or anywhere. They couldn't go to prayer meetings. So they had a great sense of lack of safety. With a reduction in gang violence and shootings, that was overcome and people are returned to some level of normal Jamaican evening activity. But yes, beyond that, we have significant issues in domestic violence. Only today, the report from Ocherous was there was a fight in the school and one child murdered, killed another one. So that issue is a big part of what we're doing. What we have had over the years is that 80% of the homicide was a result of gang violence and shootings at that point. And that's where the police work is, only the police work can deal with that, and they've done so effectively. You raise the issue of fatal murder, and I'd like to bring to the attention of the Parliament and the public two things. I've said it publicly, but let me put it much more graphically, much more clearly. We did a graph of police shootings versus fatal, murders and fatal shootings. But the two things are being linked, and then there's a lot of public outcry about the suggestion and inference that the police fatal shooting could be conducted in a lawless manner. The evidence, of course, contradicts us completely, and I'm not going on by my own emotions. I didn't speak emotionally, just for the members who might think I was getting angry on radio. I would like to say to the member that a week before that, I spoke to Chief Technical Director, Mr. Simpson, to inform when he would have some cars, some vehicles to provide for the police, that I would have a platform to speak to a problem that I think was emerging, where there was a loud noise by different groupings that suggested the police activity in the shootings were questionable. It is of concern because it has a number of things, Member Jackson. One, it is, when you do that, you not only demoralize the police, but bear in mind that, no. All right. When you begin to do that, it not only demotivates police officers, the leadership will be strong enough, but young officers on the road, because it exposes police officers to risk. In the constance where 2 police officers were killed when the noise was that the policemen were executing criminals. That's something why INDECOM was established. INDECOM was to take that kind of controversy out of the public space, and a strong institution exists that can investigate police behavior and fatal shooting and let the criminal justice, the court system decide whether it was so or not. To use veranda talk noise is wrong. It undermines the security forces, and I will not withdraw my purpose for that. It should not be done. Now, statistically, Member Jackson, so it is not just a matter of emotions. And I give you both statistics. First of all, the police conducted in 2024 80,800 operations. So when INDECOM said they investigate 100, it's minimal. In addition to that, and I'll come to the number of prosecution, but we did a graphical study of fatalities versus murders. There is a mathematical formula which demonstrates a relationship. Fatal shooting and murder over the 4-year period, 2022, and if you take a time, only shows an almost perfectly inverse relationship between the two variables. I repeat that. There's a perfect relationship, inverse relationship, reflecting an extremely strong, what they call in mathematics, Pearson coefficient, which means inverse relationship means police shooting goes up, murder come down. When you have a coefficient of 1, and when we did the graph, it's 0.99, you know that the two things are in fact directly related. Now, what that is saying, I'm not saying that every police shooting was legitimate or any illegitimate. What is said, police are killing murderers. And that I have to support. That's what that relationship says statistically. Not by my emotion, not by my report from Commissioner. This is a statistical, factual relation that says the fatal shooting by the police are the fatal shooting of murderers. And that must be respected. And where there are questions, they must be allowed to go to the criminal justice system. Right? And that's why I feel strongly, member, that members who speak on the topic must do so with a certain level of sobriety and with evidence. As fatal shooting increase, murder decrease. and this pattern occurs with remarkable consistency. The incapacitation of high-risk profile prolific offenders is the only way to reduce criminal violence. And I repeat, fatal shooting and arrest functions as a proxy indicator for the incapacitation of high-risk prolific offenders. This commissioner is not only respected, but a highly trained officer. In fact, if we had got anybody like him from outside, they would be worshipped already. He's highly qualified, a Jamaican from the hills of St. Mary, and he has not only his PhD, but he did so in mathematics and computer science, and therefore his analysis of intelligence points out the prolific offenders. The police know the criminals, but not only know the criminals, they know the ones that are the key factors. It's a policy that is used not only by policing, but by international organizations fighting terrorism. Because in any gang or terrorist group, there are 2 or 3 people who are leaders. There's the leading headspace man and the leading killer. If you can get to those, you get this thing under control. And that's the policy they've been using, and that's why fatal shooting increases, murder come down significantly. The incapacitation of those people is not just by shooting. There has been multiple arrests, which is not being publicized or recorded, in terms of removing the real serious criminals from the gangs on the street. Others have migrated, as the police are aware. We might get back some of them in the next few months, but we know them and therefore will continue to incapacitate them, which means the police will arrest them. If they fight arrest, the police are trained and will be able to deal effectively with any combat situation. And I go to that to, you see, again, another aspect I am concerned about when we put our officers at increased risk, because they face risk, you know. They get shot at, and gun is designed to kill. But we have recruited over 8,000 young Jamaicans since 2018 who joined the force. The original concept of Jamaica Conservative Force, we go back in history, is correct. It was a coercive element. The British colonials trained men to give them a lane peel rifle and a big button to go out there and beat up anybody who thief busher property. We have gone far away from that, Mr. Member Jackson. We have some of the brightest and best minds in the police force. And we are invested to provide them with an environment to be law enforcement. And bear in mind, I go back that when I refer to the colonial past, it's important because no Jamaican, especially a black Jamaican, become an officer before independence. That is only 1962. That's the last generation. What we have to do is a Jamaican police force, and we're not taking anybody from outside to train them. They are being trained by their own leadership and evolve into a very professional unit. And if I get annoyed when anybody, whether JFJ, human rights, or wannabe pastors, or somebody who feel like a platform, will want to suggest that our young men are out there killing people lawlessly. Let me give an fact, and Mr. Jackson, I think you'll be interested in this now. And you are one who would have been a defender of these people not so long ago, because you regard this constituency, I think, as one of your personal contribution to that side. Unfortunately, that seems to be shifting. And I mean young, bright professionals who live in places like Portmore, live in places Spanish Town. Let me give you an example of the kind of recruits we have today in the Jamaica Conservative Force, who I think must be encouraged and protected from slander and inferences that upset them and expose them to threat. Batch 153, there are 5 prize leaders. Here's their qualification. Constable, I won't give his full name, well, you can give the last name. Powell, 13 CSEC, CSEC. Constable Rodney, Bachelor of Science in degree in Business Administration, coming from a high school with 5 CXCs, CSEC. Constable Williams, Automated Repair Level 1 and 2, 7 CSEC. Constable Christie, a Best All-Round Performance, a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from the University of the West Indies. Constable McPhee, best leadership qualities, bachelor's degree in logistics and supply chain management, 6C. These are the young people who are now on the road. Any suggestion that these Jamaicans are out there to lawlessly wipe out the lives of any people in their community is abominable, unacceptable, and I will always condemn it in the strongest language possible.
All MPs are saints. All MPs are not saints.
Thank you, Minister. Any other questions?
Yes.
These are graduates.
And if there is none, we'll take the heading.
I said I have some more questions. Yes.
No, you have more questions. There are other questions. I have to answer this.
Yeah. It's on.
Mr. Jackson, Member Jackson.
Yes. Minister, the JCF. What is the fleet complement of the JCF now?
What is the complement?
Yeah. Vehicle fleet.
Eh?
Vehicle fleet.
Vehicle fleet.
It has been a challenge for many years.
No. We seek to keep it at about 1,500 operational vehicles. I couldn't tell you, I'd have to check now. I know the
operational.
Yeah, because we buy vehicles every year and we replace, like right now we are getting 73 to replace those that would have been made inoperable in the last year.
Okay.
But the object is to have 1,500 operable vehicles at all time. The fleet, which means those that are marked police vehicles that are available for operations.
Does this represent what you would sufficiently need, Minister? Just to get a sense of where we are.
I'll get the number for you. Because
I don't want the location where they are not, because that is sensitive.
I'll get that for you.
And of course, Minister, and this is for the ministry, the used cars that have been outstanding for some time now remains outstanding. And it's not something that we can sweep under the carpet, because it is outstanding after 10 years. So if we could get an update on what the recovery of taxpayers' money in that regard. And Minister, I ask that against the question when I see repeat use of used vehicles in the government service.
Member Jackson, yes, we are aware of the situation and are sensitive to it. It is taxpayers' money now. We have to be held accountable. There's a 50% down payment for a number of vehicles, which they have received 200 vehicles. So far, there's still a total of 41 vehicles outstanding.
41?
Yeah, the total, they are on the island. You remember I've been here before with the matter. When the contract was going to arrive, we in fact have taken the performance guarantee, which is the first thing that the government has to call on. Within that estate, we'll probably use to clear a few of the vehicles, but there's still an outstanding number because of a number of other factors, because they're on the island. The matter has however been referred to the Attorney General's chambers, and we'll wait their report.
But Minister,
I cannot do much more on it at this point in time.
But can you give us some time frame when some closure can come?
I'm saying we have referred the matter to the Attorney General's chambers for legal direction. Until I get that, I cannot do anything else. They went to mediation, and that's how we, in fact, cleared some additional cars to bring it down to 41, which we're using the performance guarantee funding. So we still have 20-something million of that. But we'd like to, we are holding the 18 million in balance, but we'd like now to either get a dish or refund, or we get the additional vehicles that we require.
Okay.
But we await the instruction of the Attorney General Department as to how to proceed. And I can't go beyond that. But we have in fact referred the matter.
Minister, you know and I know that whole exercise.
Yeah, but I can't go to court unless
the mediation and the AG's report been going back and forth for 10 years.
It's not back and forth, member, in fairness. We took the step, we approached it rationally and logically. First step was when it went so, we took the performance bond. When that was not able to clear all the vehicles, we went to mediation. Mediation was not satisfying, so we have now referred to the Attorney General Department, which is the government's final step before we take any further legal action.
One of the reasons Minister, why I really love for this to come to a complete
So
closure. Because there's a precedence. We see the used cars in school buses and subsequent abandonment of
line item, member. Member, line item.
No, I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
Line item.
No, line item. I am making my overall questioning at this point, and I go into line items after.
No member.
Yes.
No member. You will concentrate on the page. You will concentrate on the heading.
Minister.
The heading on the page.
1600. I mean 2600.
So you concentrate on that, please.
Yes. Minister, we have introduced under the Firearms Act the pre-charge bail, which we are aware of. Could you give us a sense of its current use? Of the, to what extent are we having persons? Yes, but I don't know. Yes, Minister. Could you just give us a sense of the use of the pre-charge bail since its enactment? Under the Bail Act, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
No, it came through Minister of National Security. No. When we passed that, the minister led that bill in the House. It wasn't.
No.
Okay.
Member, concentrate now, please. Focus.
I led on the Firearm Act, which is being applied, and we have in fact seen, I think it's contributed to a reduction in some of the activities in the use of firearms. But the full application will take time to show up. We follow it, and we have had cases coming. You know, the rate at which the criminal justice system moves. I think it's just really since last year that a lot of firearms cases under the new law coming up.
Mr. Minister asked that
but the
question.
police is using it very effectively. I'm sure, the firearm. And we have seen that dramatic increase in finding firearms, and both in terms of intelligence and targeted raid, but in terms of our public PSTB, which is the traffic, and the traffic management system, which is catching people on the road with firearms. And
I understand that was one of the intent. Is it being used for on the electoral representation of the People's Act?
What?
The pre-charge bail.
Minister of Justice.
No, the Minister, let me tell you the basis on which I'm asking.
Yeah,
there's a constituent of mine who has been
Member.
I'm clarifying.
With all due respect. Yes. If it's not under the purview of this ministry, then you have to leave it for the next ministry. Please.
It was an act by the police.
No, but that is for the Ministry of Justice.
Okay. I will ask you when he comes later on. Minister, I have a couple of items under the capital budget.
Yeah.
The Westmoreland Police Divisional Headquarters. Initially, the original duration was from April 2021 to 2024, which was before Melissa. And there is a further extension from April 24 to April 27. That's 6 years. Could you give us a sense of where we are with that in terms of completion?
Yeah, but we did start 2021. We started when?
2600 C3. Yeah.
Yeah, burial and no. Yeah, December. And completion for Westmoreland will be December 26.
So December this year?
26. We have delays were impacted by a number of natural causes. I think 2 big weather systems, including the current one. But let me make a general comment, Minister. The Westmoreland Police Station is a building that will cost $2.8 billion. $2.8 billion. The practical reality is that there are not many Jamaican contractors in civil engineering for buildings. In fact, there are hardly any who can have demonstrated the capacity to build such structures in a timely and efficient manner and within budget. We have 2 such projects, and maybe they are the only 2 here Jamaican builders who maybe have that capacity, quite frankly. We can do that Spanish Town, doing the Spanish Town thing, which you may ask them after this. That is due for completion in next year, and it's proceeding well. And the delays were not only from weather conditions, but there was a total redesign of the foundation when the contractors took over, because they have a caliber who have the engineering skills to review it. The original design, in fact, was somewhat faulty, and the Salomar station is being done by another Jamaican contractor. And that's just a reality we face. They don't have the staff required. A structure like that requires a number of engineers and staff and so forth. And they build roads, which require less supervision. The capacity to build complex buildings is not there, which is why most of our hotels are built by foreigners. And currently there's a great drive to give, and in the private sector, give all them building up that cost to foreigners as well. So, you know, whether dumb rep or Chinese or Jewish, so that's the
so you say the competence of the contractor on that one?
No,
that contribute to the delays there?
This building. But bear in mind, though, that the actual physical building started in 2023.
2023?
Yes, and it's going at a good pace.
Okay, no, the document says here 2021.
No, starting of a structure, I think, so we have a disputed at a police station. When the government starts to do a building of that sort, start doesn't mean when we start building. It means when we start doing design work, we apply, and that has to be procured as well, the architect, the engineering, and all that is required to put together a building to get it approved, not only by PAB, but by Parish Council, NEPA, and all the other work. So the start of that project, in fact, could have gone beyond 2021. It was from 2018 when I went there and said the building should be demolished. And we started planning, we got the money. But the actual construction started in 2023, so we are not that far off, and we should finish this.
Just that the budget document says the original duration was between April 2021 and 2020.
Yeah, but bear in mind,
but I take your point
21
in terms of the delay
when we begin.
In the commencement.
Yeah, the actual physical commencement. It might not have been any day at all. It was design work and such that takes some time.
So that should be finished this year because the document says 27.
We aim to occupy it in December.
2026?
Yeah.
And the St. Catherine Divisional Headquarters?
That is looking more like December 2027. Okay. Or the first quarter of 2028.
Which would be in keeping with the revised duration?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that is it for capital budget.
While you're proceeding, there's a little fact that I think members be aware to, Mr. Because we speak so maybe about police fatal shootings. Over 2024, when we had a 20% fall and you had, I think, police 189 shootings, but over the period for 4 years, there was some significant number, and there were only 11 cases in which police officers have been charged. There's still having more recently, but there were 11 cases in 2024 and the policemen were charged. Only 3 of those cases were policemen on duty. The other 8 were actually policemen in a civil situation. An argument at a bar, a quarrel with somebody at home, and their typical criminal violence activity across there, and the police could have investigated them. It would have, as well as Indicom. Only 3 related to policemen in action, and one of them was from 2020. The rate of prosecution in the itself accepted is low. In fact, in the force-related, particularly when juxtaposed against total number of security force-related deaths during the same period, which was 1900, equates to an effective prosecution rate of less than 5%. In fact, this is 3.4%, Member Jackson. There's absolutely no empirical evidence. And I say it again, there's absolutely no empirical evidence to suggest that policemen are shooting in the body irresponsibly. 3.4% out of 1900 is limited. And bear in mind, I said that they conducted 80,000 872 operations, including nearly 1,000 major operations. And in that process, that is what came out of it. It means, broken down to divisions, it's 12 operations per day. The police officers are working hard and tirelessly to maintain peace and good order in society. 80,000 per year, we cannot ask for more, even when we increase the budget. This is a fantastic amount of work, and that's how they're operating now. So all I'm asking is that the evidence, we must base our criticism of the police on facts, and we must seek to protect the integrity of the force and to prevent them from being exposed to undue harshness. The Jamaican society don't like police, they like to criticize them, especially military. That has changed in recent time, but policemen.
The public don't dislike the police. One last thing on the capital budget. Minister, the Western West facility. Specialized, yes, West facility. Yeah. Where exactly is that?
That's
to be built.
It's to be built at Montego Hills on the border of two great constituencies in Salt Spring, where we have the land of But beside the location is that the location is considered suitable because it's on a hill that overlooks Montego Bay, and it's not only providing adequate accommodation, but the fact is as we further expand our technological features, it's on the way to Flower Hill. It means that the location where communication electronically will be very easy, and its location will allow movement across the entire urban areas very easily because the highway now passes within 200 yards of that, and you'll have an entry so that the police base there will have easy access to all the communities around, which sometimes are considered difficult, but there are no residential communities in Salt Spring, Glendevon, Norwood, Flanker, downtown Montego Bay. It's a very central location that we have identified and we proceed to build. It's a big project, and we expect that will take some time, but we will go to procurement first quarter of this year.
Okay.
I must tell you that there's a small police station there now, and since that station was built and operation, not only there much less violence in the area, and people are moving about their business much easier, they have built a huge number of houses in the area since then and moved back in the community.
Member Malahu Fort.
Thank you, Chairman. Permit me to join in welcoming back the Minister, Deputy Prime Minister. My question relates to Activity 11592, Modernization Initiatives and Special Projects on page 2606. This is the activity that supports the Ministry's interface in relation to the various collaborative programs with Jamaica's major international partners, and also coordinates and guides the Ministry's projects to the point of implementation and execution. I noted the allocation includes a provision of $900 million for the Jamaica Eye National CCTV program. My question is, what remains to be done for full implementation and operationalization of the National CCTV program, and how much will the allocated $900 million achieve in this fiscal year?
Yeah, 2.5, which will cost about a watch. Yeah. All right. This is to continue expanding the network. The program is operationalized, but in terms of full coordination, we expect that it's a stepwise program. We're proceeding in a phased program. We have communication with all the cameras are out there, except that those that have been damaged just recently. We have a good maintenance program in place with the current contractor, and what we expect the full, what you might call the optimizing of the benefit will come when we complete the C5, but it's likely that as the technology changes, you have to keep adding to it. We expect to add another 2,500 cameras. I think we have just over 2,000 out there now. 1,000 flashes out there now in critical areas, and we are buying additional ones this year. But we expect to put in an additional 2,500 over the 3-year period to give full coverage of the areas we are in. It's both a budget item and the question of the technological capacity of the country to manage and install and get them up in good order without any, undue expenses. But we are moving to complete that. The C5 itself is in progress, is being installed, and we expect that to be operational, in fact, by the middle of this year, but it will not be completely installed before the end. Next year? Okay. This year, yeah, finished by the end of the year, but we'll be getting information out of it by mid-year. You're aware, but there was some issue with maintenance. We have overcome that because there's one Jamaican company that we have to go on. We did this single source procurement, and that's working well.
Member Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, I want to start by asking you about the reduction in the diet subsidies for the correctional facilities. So that would be activity 11551, and there's a 15% decrease. So my question would be, page 2624.
Yeah. What is that?
5. 6245.
Oh, production.
And
I think we can answer you quickly, Member Buchanan, and you'll consider good news. Currently, one of the prisons with a farm produce almost, well, they produce up to 100%. I think this year we expect to do 70% of all chicken meat. In addition to that, a large amount of the eggs produced and significant food production overall has increased. The commissioner is looking to expand that as we go along. We are not doing it yet for AIA, but he's expanding things to ensure that he feeds them well, and I say it's chicken. In fact, as a minor detail, tell you, I was told only yesterday, Mr. Buchanan, that the current slaughter of 4-ton chicken, they are 5-pound weight, so I tell him that he's overfeeding them. Because the normal commercial chickens are we eat that 3.5 to 4 pounds. But I suspect the members will be very happy with the drumsticks they get from these chickens. But that is the prime reason, Member Buchanan, and I'm very pleased to tell you that.
all right, thank you. In relation to probation services, though, there is a significant reduction in terms of activity 11555, and that's found at
probation officers.
Aggravated.
Why the reduction?
Member.
Maybe part of the JDF thing, or
Yes, that would be activity 11555, parole services.
What page
which
are
would
you
be
on?
item 22.
What page are you on?
Oh, aggravated indulgence. Yes. Yeah. 260246. And it's a 27% reduction. My question is, why is there a 27% decrease in the costs associated with parole and aftercare services?
I don't find you have any. So the parole continues, are they? No. I'm trying to find the item. Go back. 24.6. Line item, you said 20 parole services, yeah. 197. I think the best, to give you an honest answer, remember, I didn't pick up on this early on. We will do the research and get back to you, but I think one of the things that happened last year in the corrections service and in the police service, there was some compensation payments that came late, right? Yeah, which were a single item and would not be reflected in this budget at this point.
No, I just.
That's part of the problem now, I think. That's why we have to look at change, expand the road. Yeah. That requires parole services. Yeah. I'm told there's also a reduction in the number of people seeking parole service because the number of legislative changes where individuals are not required to be on parole, for example, in local drug, ganja use, and secondly, others have gone to activities that the Ministry of Justice operates rather than being under the correction service. But I will certainly examine and I can provide with detail.
A similar question would apply to activity 11521, which is the community safety and security, which is a 6% reduction, and this would be in relation to the community reports.
Yeah, no, that one is definitely a question of the single payment we made. A number of officers got their increase late retroactively. So there was a single payment because remember the review and compensation took place 3 years back, I think 2023, 2024, 2025, and a number of them only got some of their settled their review in late 2024 and got single payments were made to them. It's not only correctional, compensation. Yeah, well, that comes under this next section. So
just to be clear, Minister, it's the community safety and security that I'm asking about, activity 11521.
I know, but compensation employees at the top, that's what I'm telling you, is a big part of it. Right? The reduction comes in that section actually. Item 21, line item 21. After that, it'll be just budget restraints, travel expense, rental of property, utilities, etc. But there was a single payment late in the day that would not be reflected in this particular budget. In terms of community safety and security, the overall intent remains to increase our activity that in the communities. So, whatever the budget reflects, that's the policy, and we'll be finding funding to do a number of them. And also, bear in mind, we have done a number of activities that relates to that. The case management system we have is not where it's reflected in. We have a...
No, in relation to grants...
The case management system comes under the eminent central budget, and we have, that has not only, we have 47 members who do work in the community and maybe provide a program that is now accepted internationally, one of the best practices to be adopted for challenged communities, and we have trained 16 trainers, so we can do more of that. No, that's in the psychiatry. And we have also trained psychiatric aides who are not employees of the ministry but are involved in community safety and security. They are community workers as well as individuals who are practicing workers in the community, from SDC to clinics to other, and teachers who are trained as psychiatric aides. We have now trained additional, we have 47 of them scattered across Westmoreland and St. James. We are training 16 trainers to train additional members to scale up the activity across, because psychosocial support is maybe one of the most critical activities, not only in terms of support, but in terms of diagnostics to reduce violence and improve community safety. So there are a number of other programs, member, that we think are complementing what we're doing here and will in fact increase our reach in the area of community safety and security. Both the case management system and the psychiatric aid, psychosocial support program are critical programs we have introduced, which we are now looking. I think we have proven the concept and we are going to expand them in the course of the year and going forward.
Thanks for that. In relation to going back to sub-program 21, which is the juvenile correctional services, item 27, which is grants, contribution, and subsidies, there is a 68% decrease in relation to that allocation. And if the amount is allocated for X wards, continued education, why is there such a significant decrease? page 260245.
Yeah.
It's legitimate, you know, so. No, I did. They know it.
All right. This particular item, a budget item, which we depend on supplementary if it is required. But that is an activity that's an on-demand case. It's also true that we have an extremely low level of incarceration of our children, and this is why we are expanding the community outreach to deal with children who are challenged in various areas rather than seeking to get them in the criminal justice system.
Thank you. My final question, Minister, and this is in the context of the constitutional framework that we operate in. Now, in the absence of the use of body cameras, and I did peruse, and I'm not seeing anything budgeted in terms of the build-out for the use of body cameras. But my question to you is, if the presumption of innocence is what we are guided by, which is due process, and extrajudicial killings actually circumvent that process, what is the safety measures that we can use to say that, in keeping with the principles in R.V. Clegg by the Privy Council or the House of Lords, that it is considered murder unless self-defense is made out? And given your statistics, which is saying that extrajudicial killings is in correlation to a reduction in murders, then without the proper evidential basis for INDICOM to do its work, where would be the safety measures for the protection of the right to life?
Just a bit of clarification. Before I answer directly the question, first we said there's a correlation between fatal shooting and reduced murder. Extrajudicial killing is a criminal offense, which is charged, and I indicated in further data, which I read, the second set of data, that the prosecution rate for extrajudicial for murder is less than 5%. It's 3.4%. It's almost zero when you consider 1,936 fatal shootings. And in that, of that 3.4%, less than 1% are police in active duty. There are 8 police officers who got themselves intervened on the illegal side of the law with homicides who are at home or out of uniform and just like any ordinary citizen. I think one of them was actually at a bar, and one was at a club, another one was a violence at home. And of the 3 that I mentioned, which are considered extrajudicial because they're in duty, one was from 2020. So the level of extrajudicial prosecution is less than 1%. That is evident. That doesn't that is not evident to drive any special effort to monitor the police in their operations. But the cameras, the empirical evidence does not give any urgency. That's just a fact. But we undertake in the transformation of the police force to equip the police force. And body-worn cameras is part of the modern policing. In fact, I will repeat now that we are getting on here because of where we are, that the first set of uniform, what we know of policemen wear, the pinstripe, the kind of stripe on the red seam, could not carry a body camera. And in fact, some was given to them, and when they came back without the proper pictures, they were charging the police with behaving improperly, of course, because that was the tendency to blame the policemen for everything that went wrong, including the high rate of crime. Of course, there are reasons for that or whatever was happening out there. And we went about under the research led by the current commissioner, and I designed a uniform that now can carry not only make the police men and women look better and is more suitable for the work, but it can carry all the modern accoutrements of policing, including the non-lethal weapon from pepper spray to flashlight, a different kind of baton than the big old-time pine baton, as well as their own activities. That is just a fact of life. So we are buying them, but as there's no evidence to show police operating illegally, we are buying them on normal part of the equipment. We delivered 1,000 in the last quarter last year, October 2025, and we are in the process of ordering another 1,000 at this point. We are moving toward a medium-term target of 4,000 units, and it will be budgeted for over the next 2 years, 28, 20, 29. Bear in mind, though, remember what because I'm not trying to shift the topic. The fact is that the assignment of the cameras is the police commissioner's sole responsibility. Nobody else in this country have any legal authority, and some very few have the skill set to indicate to police how to policing. This wasn't the problem we faced for years. For 25 years, crime, murder went up, and criminal activity get expanded. We gave the police the autonomy. We appointed commissioners who took their response seriously and have set about to transform the police into a professional unit by other changes, including our compensation and the environment in which they work. We are recruiting capable people, and they're doing a job. And only the police commissioner and his officers can assign, and Jamaican officers, born since independence, because that's when we're able to appoint them officers, will assign the cameras. There are 80,000 operations in 2024. All of them could not be given cameras. It is the police commissioner who will assign them. So I hear some people telling that they must be unplanned operation. Well, all police operations are planned, all 80,000. The police don't go on the road just and park the vehicle and check vehicles. They have a system called island-wide traffic check, national coordinated road check. Has proven to be one of the finest operational activity. Criminals stop trouble, and we find guns on the road like that. In the beginning, like they're dropping off a tree, because intercept them. Those are planned operations. Most of those people now will get cameras because they interface with the public directly. Other operations cannot be provided with cameras, but it's the police officers who must be allowed to do their job. They will assign the cameras where they think is appropriate.
Member Nita.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, good to have you back.
Thank you.
I'm most pleased. I am questioning, Minister, and I hear you speak about the SDC and some psychosocial work that is being done.
That's right.
But I'm also questioning at our police training academy facilities for training our officers in identifying mental health situations and how they treat with. And I think a little more needs to be done there. I hate how I hear it unfold sometimes. And I know in the heat of a moment, you can't readily identify, but if we're able to perhaps spend a little more attention and a little more resources on training a special cohort, at least at every police station, of persons who are able to work and identify the mentally challenged persons among us. That's one. Minister, I also wanted to speak to domestic violence, which I think plagues us in our communities in rural Jamaica. I suppose it happens in urban, but I can only speak to what I know, right? And how we will develop programs and policy around assisting our communities, not just to lock up people when we hear, but how we continue to educate and train through our community policing with counselors and those who are able to facilitate that kind of movement in the homes, that people feel comfortable enough to have that kind of conversation with their police officers as well as their pastors and other stakeholders, but in this case, our pastors. I want to also ask you, Minister, about another vehicle for Bagawak.
All right.
I'm sorry, I can't leave without being a little parochial today.
No, without a doubt.
Because we have 42 communities in Bagawak, and one vehicle which oftentimes isn't appropriate for the terrain in many of the communities there. So that we need to match vehicles with the kind of terrain and geographical topography that is being experienced, right? So I would want to see that we get kind of a little one more, at least one more, so that there can be a standard that will allow people to feel a little safer. It's another thing to, I mean, it's good that we're bringing down the crime, but people want to feel safe. And if we pick up the phone to call the police, you should be able to get a response within a reasonable time. And that's what I'm asking.
That's the policy.
That's basically it.
That's the policy objective. So I'll answer that easy one first. We take delivery of 73 vehicles next week. I don't tell the commissioner to assign them, but he has heard your cry, and this police commissioner is a very responsive officer. And I'm sure he will, yes, of for vehicle. I'm telling you that we are acquiring 73 vehicles in the next, and the commissioner will decide that he has heard you clearly. No, thank you for the other two questions.
Member Russell.
Yes, I agree that the training program has expanded. It's part of what we do in terms of, no, in fact, we're
Member Russell.
Chairman.
Yeah. Bear in mind that we have changed the entire training program. The psychosocial aspect is addressed in this because we are concerned that we see some violence emerging in police families. The challenge, as you said. As I said, of the 11 so charged, only 3 were on duty. So the police take this seriously as an institution, and we are training officers to better, just as we do in the psychiatry, to better identify the early emergence of emotional challenges, and then look at how we can manage them. And we work with the police industry, and that's side of the operation. In terms of training, when they get a diploma, and by they finish their probation, they get an associate degree.
Yeah.
And it's because we have expanded the scope of the training.
To kind of bridge the connection between the mental health providers, service providers, and the police, for example. Because a lot of my residents call the police station every time one of their children get violent, and because we know that they didn't take the medication on time, or, you know, and that there can be that correlation established, so people know in advance that in that home there is a mentally challenged child who is prone to be violent. And how we treat with that.
That's the objective, and we've gotten there. The case managers, for example, is part of that system. They relate to the police officers, they relate to the school guidance counselor, and the objective of case management is to try and assist, identify, not only diagnose the problem with a child in school, as we work with what we call, there's a structured interministerial program between the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of National Security and the police. We are about to scale it up. It has been pretty heavy out in the areas where we thought they had a higher instance. So the corporate area, Western Jamaica, has had more of them, but we are going to scale it upwards to reach to more people, because we find it works very well. I indicated the case management process now is being accepted by even our international partners as a best practice to expand, and we're going to look at how we can strengthen that. It is, let me say it, as the gang violence goes down, and it doesn't mean we'll ease off, it just means the police officers involved in the CSSB, the Community Security Program, and others can put a greater focus with leadership on these issues, because domestic violence now rise to the top, and in terms of the violence you identify. So, you know, it's not just a piece you get from stopping murders, but the police themselves now cannot adopt a broader perspective and seek to get it. Well, they too are part of the training program. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is why the course that the Twickenham Park is designed to train them in dealing with some of those issues, anger management. And the spotting, there's still a high pressure job. With less gang violence, it's not as pressure, but there is high pressure on the police, and they have to work long hours at risk, and therefore that kind of training has become a part of the routine. It's not yet fully manifesting, but it's adopted, and we expect to see results. And as I said, we have been getting some high-quality recruits, so it's easier to get that kind of thing across the board. From a working class family.
Thanks, Minister. Member Russell.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, you're back and seemingly very energized. Good to have you. I want to start with acknowledging an officer, constable, who died in the line of duty in November in Monig, Constable Kandapa, young man who was hit from his motorcycle and died in early November of last year. So just want to acknowledge and thank him and his family for the service. I also want to acknowledge there's something happening with the policing in especially Claremont, a lot of visible presence in communities, which I think is the way to go. And if we're talking about a peace dividend, I think that's certainly a part of it, and if that it is, then welcome that. The Claremont Police, however, and I think this is related to activity 11530. Claremont Police have been without a barracks for an extended period of time. So if they work through the night, if they work the late shift, there's no place for them to sleep. This is an urgent issue, which for their own well-being and so on, would be great to have this addressed with urgency. Because I think there is a building, it's just not in a state of repair that it can be used. And so I'm asking that this budget line make some provisions for that. The second thing is activity 11645 on page 260537. It's more for clarification about line 21. I'm assuming from my time traveling through the airport that we're taking greater advantage of technology and automating the entry, the passport process.
Question, member, quickly.
So
question.
The question on this line is, yes, Chairman. The question on this line, there's a fluctuation on the line 21, Chairman. The revised estimate was up to 2.5 billion. Yes, compensation of employees. But then the estimate is now showing, and what is this, $800 million less than the estimates for the previous year. And I'm wondering what explains such a
compensation for employees? The same issue.
I'm assuming, but I would love to hear if that is the case. It might not be. And then finally, I heard the minister, maybe you could help us understand the point you were making about and we accept that the qualifications of those going into the force is much higher than it used to be. But it's not clear to us, to me anyway, the link you were making between that and the issue of police shooting raised by Minister Jackson, by Member Jackson. Because certainly we're not suggesting, and I hope you weren't either, that qualified police officers will not get involved in these activities. Because, no, that's why I asked for clarification. So
Member Russell.
Let me leave it there.
Member
I would
Russell.
like to have clarification.
Stay the course, focus.
Yeah, that's it.
No side talk. Ask your questions.
Question done. Thank you, Chair.
Look like it. Let me repeat it. Which clarify the activity head you're referring to? 11645 or
11645. That's border security processing and line 21.
11. No, it's 11645. Border security processing. No. All right. Two things. Well, member, thank you. I did get some rest in the process. Member Russell, thanks. If I'm not more energetic, it's the first time I've had a period of rest. Long time, because I finally took time off. I said my daughter became my telephone operator. And I was told by the university hospital team that I healed faster than say average. So I was in fact told I was in pretty good shape after 8 weeks, but the program is for 12 weeks rehabilitation. and I took the 12 weeks. So I got some rest and relaxation in the process, and continue to be in touch with my physician. The Claremont station, we expect that is currently in procurement. We expect by 3 months you should be looking at a contractor on site, even if he does start building, right?
Good.
We intend to fix it, and we have the budget. It doesn't come up in the capital. This comes under different AIA and the police and in the Ministry of National Security program.
Good.
Don't feel too bad. We have sought to fix all this year, but in my barracks in Montego, it just started to fix this year. The compensation of employees has Head 21. There are a number of things there. One is, I think the director expected a higher rate of recruitment as they build out the staff there, and it went slower than expected, as well as there are some, and they're setting off their reviews and their job description. But there is no fall off in the numbers, but we are some reorganization, which, if settled in time, would reflect in the supplementary budget. Right.
The link between I wanted clarification on the link between the qualifications of the recruits and the issues with
line item. Yeah. Line item.
I want a response.
Line item.
No, man,
page and line item.
It's what the minister had said. It was something he had said.
And I'm saying to you now, the next question that you are following up with, line item and page. Let's
2605.
Member Hines.
But you get the question, Minister.
Yeah, I hear a question.
Member Hines.
My color, good color now. Thank you, Mr. Minister. I've searched through the
line item and page.
I am asking about period of last name. I've not seen it itemized. No.
Well, you cannot ask the question if there's no line item.
I'm not sure if it's here, sir. Mr. Chairman, you're not following your own rules. You're having side conversations. You're not listening to me.
Because
I'm asking about period of last name. I'm from a farming constituency.
And that might be for the agricultural ministry.
Might be, or is it? It's a police matter.
If it is not on a line item, then
I'm not seeing it, so I'm asking where the police look after period of last name. That's what I'm asking.
Ministry of Agriculture.
That's where the police look after it?
Let's shut it down fast, Minister. Chairman, no, there's no special line for that. Period of last is last. Thievery is a response to the police. And the entire reorganization about the police force and its equipment, station, etc. is seeking to deal with that. In addition to that, however, the member might want to be aware, Chairman, that in conjunction with the Ministry of Agriculture, we have launched a set of special agricultural wardens, which are essentially District Commissioner DC is focused on period last name. What we have done this time is that they will have minimum qualifications so that they can get upgraded to policing as time goes on. But there's a batch that has been organized in conjunction with the Ministry of Agriculture.
What is the time period on that, Mr. Minister?
They have started.
You've started?
They're working, yeah.
Yes. I'm in the constituency of Northern Clarendon with one police station for the entire constituency. Get some support from the Frankfield police station and some at times from Chapelton. And they only have one service vehicle the last time I checked. Is it possible for them to, the police in Crosshill, to get another police vehicle so that they can do more than one duties at the same time, please, Mr. Minister? So of the 73 cars that are coming tomorrow, can we have one for Northern Clarendon?
That's two.
Doing Vaz is not our police.
No, they...
Mr. Chairman, can I get a protection, please?
I take it that you don't have any more questions because you're involved in side talk, so we'll take the head.
I want some protection from you. That's what I ask you.
Whenever you have the floor, ask a question. You don't have nothing to worry about. You have the mic. The minute that you start to go into a side talk, then that's when you're going to lose your
I
privilege.
am awaiting the minister's answer.
Once you're waiting on the minister, you don't have to say anything more.
All right. All right, Mr. Member from North Clarendon.
Yes,
the
Mr.
Commissioner
Minister.
is present, and I said I don't direct him on operational matters, but he's heard it loud and clear, and he's aware of the challenges the police face, which is why we're getting additional vehicles, and we try to keep the fleet at 1,500. I should mention the budget for the agriculture was there is active 270 million in this year alone. We move on.
Thank you, Minister. We now put the header, head 26,000, page Ministry of National Security and Peace, page 1 to 10. Those against, ayes have it. Head 26,000C, Ministry of National Security and Peace, capital pages 1 to 9. Those in favor? Those against, ayes have it. Head 2622, Police Department, pages 1 to 8. Those in favor? Those against, ayes have it. Head 26,024, Department of Correctional Services, pages 1 to 6. Those in favor? Those against, ayes have it. Head 26,053, Passport, Immigration and Citizenship Agency, pages 1 to 8. Those in favor? Those against, ayes have it. Head 26,057, Institute of Forensic Science and Legal Medicine, pages 1 to 7. Those in favor? Those against, ayes have it. Head 26,059, Major Organized Crime and Anti-Corruption Agency, pages 1 to 8. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Thank you very much, Minister, and your team.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No,
Ministry of Justice. Oh. Sorry. Oh. Ministry of Health.
No. Thank you. Thank you to Minister Chang and Minister Cuthbert Flynn and the team from the Ministry of National Security and Peace. We will now have the Ministry of Health. And then the Ministry of Justice. So we will now have the Ministry of Health.